Rumble 2.0 started the show.
Sunday. Good morning, everybody. Hung out at Truth and Transparency last night. Shout out to Truth and Transparency. Was a great show. She's got another one tonight, so we'll be hanging out there tonight as well. So I went ahead and got on this morning. We're just going to be doing some fresh notes, old notes, back to that episode again. Going to be going through some new stuff, some old stuff, a little bit of a mixture, some topics from going around, some topics that used to, fresh notes, old notes. Got a couple shout outs I want to do this morning before we get into the show. So thank you all for hanging out. And I'm probably going to try and sneak some games in before. So I'm going to be doing a true crime show this morning, and then we'll be doing a game night tonight. So we'll be doing some games. I'm thinking 6 Eastern, maybe 65, 6, 7, somewhere around there. And then that way we can be done. Truth and Transparency has their show at 9 o'clock tonight. So, I don't know, maybe like 6 to 8:30 Eastern for some games or something. Figure we'll do something like that. And then we'll get back into the true crime stuff. We'll be having a Stephen Smith episode coming up here soon as well. So we'll go ahead and say good morning to everybody. Good morning, Echo number 1. Thank you so much. What's up? Don't be hating. Love the icon photo. Skittles, what's up? Good morning. Judah Star. She was grateful. Hey, it could. I wish I was at that water cooler, Thank you for the sub, R Wolf. Appreciate that. Jacqueline, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I know it's kind of a weird, odd time on a Sunday, but I want to be there to support truth and transparency tonight again. So please, I encourage everybody from the fam. If you'd like to, please, we'll be hanging out there tonight. Come out there and show some love if you'd like. Ticket number 2, Miley. Good morning. Ticket number 7, Anna. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bread to Kill, what's up? Number 10, thank you. Good to see you, buddy. Katrina, thank you for stopping in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please be safe. Please be safe. Devil Doll, what's up? Ooh, I haven't even taken a drink of my coffee yet. Yum. What's up, Aunt B? Thank you so much for... Oh, I love the bee icon there. Look at that. Appreciate you hopping in. Coffee with the University of Idaho Vandals. Shout out. I need to wear my Washington State hoodie. That thing is so comfy. What's up, Mama J? Good morning. I think only OBS you can use Zoom. It has to be StreamYard. I know. And then the battery. Yeah, anybody? Make sure your phone or your computer's plugged in if you're using StreamYard, because woo! There's a shout out right there. Forensic Frenzy. I appreciate you. Just wait, everybody. She snuck in here before I got my shout out. You're going to love, very detail oriented, great work. Thank you, Rosie, for the shout out as well. Like I said, I got 2 shout outs this morning, and we're going to be, just wait. You're definitely going to enjoy the work that Forensic Frenzy did, for real. Kind of getting into the stuff that we were going over, so it's awesome because it not only solidifies, but also kind of goes a little bit beyond too. It's beautiful. What's up, Root? Thank you for hopping in. Mark and Betty, ticket number 21. Thank you. Appreciate that. What's up, Kib Kitty? Good morning. Aw, thank you so much. Yes, the shout outs. Here we go. Give me 1 second. We'll get into that. Oh, you guys are going to enjoy this. Shout out number 1. Oh, shoot. Whoops. Shout out number 1. We got Rosie Overtime. You know, true crime overtime with Rosie. I'm going to share the Twitters and the YouTubes. So if you're not following Rosie, definitely go follow Rosie. She does great work too. Hops in here and is just always supportive. I appreciate her shout out because without her shout out, I wouldn't have even known. This is Rosie's YouTube. Definitely needs some love over there too. And without Rosie's shout out, I wouldn't have known about Forensic Frenzy. So if you're on Twitter, go follow Forensic Frenzy. And we are going to get into a video. And here's Forensic Frenzy's YouTube. And we're going to get into this video. You guys are going to enjoy this. I know you guys are going to enjoy it because if I watched it multiple times, I did. I'll admit it. I watched it multiple times. I was like, damn, this is a good video, yo. This is a good video, yo. If I watched it multiple times, I know you guys will enjoy it too. And I know you will because it's exactly everything that we've been saying, but a little bit of sprinkles on top. So let me get into this. Good morning, everybody. And I can't wait to show you this. Shout out Forensic Frenzy. Thank you for your hard work, your detail orientation, and the effort for truth and justice for these victims, families, and community. Thank you so much for your hard work. Yep, there it is. Caught me watching it again.
Welcome back, everyone. As always, thanks for watching Forensic Frenzy. So this morning I got into a bit of a rabbit hole, I guess, looking for like highway cameras, roadway cameras,
What's up,
in and
Miss
around
Clark?
both Moscow and Pullman.
Deborah?
And I wanted to share with you guys some of the stuff that I found. So, in fairness, I did not find a ton, but what I did find piqued my interest because a lot of what I found relates to areas we've heard about. So,
Oh, thank you.
make sure you go ahead and like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and obviously there are so many of you who haven't.
Please like and subscribe. This is the link to that video too, everybody. You're definitely going to want to save this to your playlist.
And then once you're done here, if you see what you like, share it with your favorite creators. I appreciate it. So one of the very first things that I noticed on the Washington State Department of Transportation website is that in the general area of Pullman, Washington, where Washington State University sits, there are only 4 cameras that the Department of Transportation is aware of. And they are all—
Remember when I drove that route, this was the route that I said, if anybody's going to commit this crime, they're going down this road, right? Drove you down it, showed you guys why. It's like I said, it's a no-brainer. Remember, we counted 4. When we went by this airport, we counted 4, right? Yes.
all at the Pullman Moscow Regional
4.
Airport. So in law
With a possible 12 considering other businesses and other possible places where there could have been CCTV according from Steptoe to the house. 4, just 4 on that one road though. You guys saw the road. It's a no-brainer.
enforcement stated that they lost the white sedan, and they are all at the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport.
Yes. What's up, Keith?
So when law enforcement stated that they lost the white sedan after it went toward 270 in the PCA, I guess this might explain why. And then I remembered that the defendant also allegedly traveled through other places when returning back to Washington, heading from the south and going north. So I went to look at some of those places.
Never heard
And I
of
noticed
Street.
that there are 8 cameras in the Uniontown area.
Never heard of that person.
Here at the bottom of page 13 and at the top of page 14, you see traveling west toward Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman. So again, in the Uniontown region, I found 8 cameras. What you see here is camera 2 of 8. Many of them are down, probably about half of them. And the visual on all of them is this, whatever number you would rate this. I give it about a 3, but it's this. As I'm sure many of you remember, Brett Payne stated in the probable cause affidavit that suspect vehicle 1 is likely to have exited the neighborhood of the King Road home from Palouse River Drive via Conestoga. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow. Eventually, the road leads into Pullman, 10 miles down the road. Furthermore, from the PCA, we also know that Brett Payne states he assumes that once the vehicle was seen back near WSU on Johnson Road, it may have been coming from West Palouse River Drive. And so I wanted to show you this. This is the intersection of 95 and Palouse River Drive. This came from the Idaho Transportation Department. Okay. This was...
See, all those pictures that we were showing too, you're going to tell me that you're going to rely on freaking Ring cameras instead of all these pictures that are all, I mean, I'll share the website with you right now. You can go look at a picture right now if you want. And when you're going off of all of this, it's one of the reasons why I did the drive and took the footage, because cameras everywhere. What do you mean you had a photo to figure out what model of vehicle it was, even the year, but you couldn't provide the community a photo before you made an arrest? Okay, understand. You can't provide a sketch. You can't provide a, what are you gonna, like we did? We drew a person with bushy eyebrows. Okay, so you have a car. At least you could put a picture of the car out there for the community. And you're telling me you couldn't produce a picture like any of these photos that have been displayed and put that out to the community instead of them walking around thinking that they didn't even know if their frickin' roommate was the person? And then you put out a stock photo. What if people were looking for a car that really had a sunroof and they based their tip off just off of that? It's crazy. And then before the court hearing, I'm like, grand jury wants the damn photo of the car. That's what the more evidence was. The jury wants a photo of the car. Like, okay, yeah, here's the PCA. Okay, yeah, okay. But the stock photo, is it okay? Can we see you have all the surveillance. Like, look at the PCA here. It's going from here to here to here to here and here to here and here to here. Can we see a picture of the car, like from one of these cameras here? Oh, you don't need the picture. You don't need. All you need is a PCA. You don't need the picture. I mean, don't you understand, grand jury? We were able to arrest this gentleman based off of this right here, and this right here is all you need to indict. So why do you need a real photo? You don't need a real photo. They didn't need a real photo. They didn't need a real photo to apprehend this person. So why would you need a real photo to indict him? Yeah, you're right. What's up, Nefarious? What's up, Aquarius? How you doing? What's up, both of y'all hop in at the same time? That's awesome. Shout out again. Forensic Frenzy, thank you so much. And we're going to keep going into this. It's good stuff.
Screenshot this morning.
Look at these pictures, though. Come on now.
All of the screenshots that you see from all of the rest of the cameras, as well as the screenshots that I showed you of where cameras are located in Washington. Everything came from this morning. So everything has a timestamp on there and a date for today because it's when I took the screenshot. At the top in the red, you will see on all of the screenshots the actual name of like the intersection that you're looking at, okay? So this is Palouse River Drive. And ironically, there's a really good camera there.
And here's the link for this website real quick, and we'll get back to the video. Here's the link to this website. You can literally go to anywhere around here, and you can zoom in. Like here it says 12 cameras here in Moscow. You can zoom in. Shout out Caddy. Appreciate you, Caddy. You can go to any of these locations. For real. Like you can go, and this is the camera right here. War Bonnet Drive, or is that what it is? Drive. It's where Walmart is. Yeah, it's right where, this is where Walmart is, right here, and then it's got some businesses back over here. But yeah. So there's that link for you. Definitely save that too.
This is just a nice little screenshot to show you where Palouse River Drive is relative to the King Road home. Okay. So up in the upper left-hand corner where the location marker is, that is actually the Queen Road Apartments. But as we know, 1122 King Road is right next door. Okay. So upper left-hand corner, King Road area. Lower left-hand corner, beneath the little green park, West Palouse River Drive. Okay. To the right of West Palouse River Drive, if you just travel right on down West Palouse River Drive, you hit the orange line, which is 95.
Thank you.
The camera actually sits on West Palouse River Drive in 95. Okay. Now, traveling down West Palouse beyond the orange line, other side, okay. If you see in the lower right-hand corner, we have Palouse River Drive, okay, right above University Collision of Moscow. And then right above that, probably about an inch or two on my screen, it looks like, is Indian Hills Drive, where the car just appeared out of nowhere, okay? After leaving WSU, it just showed up here, okay, for the first time. That's the first time that we know of it. But what I'm getting at here with this is that I actually think they knew more about the vehicle than it just showed up on Indian Hills Drive, because there are a lot of cameras with really good angles around Moscow. So this is from 95 and D Street, which is just a few blocks away from the Grub Truck and the Corner Club. You can see the vehicle here very well. Just a screenshot to show you relativity. West D Street is at the very top of your screen. The Corner Club is on the right in the center. And on the lower left, you see Jack's Diner. The Grub Truck is right outside of that.
Right. And if you guys want to see that footage, I drove around all of that part right there, and I pulled into where the Grub Truck goes. If you guys didn't see when I showed the footage of when I pulled in during the daytime. Wait, was it the day? It was at night. No, I did both actually. I showed it in the day though. Yeah, in the show I showed it during the day. That footage. It's crazy, the layout. When you look at the Grub Truck and if you've watched the video over and over and you kind of get like a layout in your head, and then you like actually see, like, as I'm driving in and the whole layout, and you're just like, what? This is like the alleyways. Like, there's some dark ass alleyways there. Yeah, went to the Corner Club. Yeah, I went all over there. I was there for a week, Mystified. I was there for a week. I went all over. That's all I did. That's all I did. What's up, JC? Work. And then I went to the vigil. And then I took one day to chill back. The day of the crime, I just chilled back because I'm like, that's their day, you know. You guys. I'll show you guys though when I pulled into where it's just a weird layout. Let me see. I love the color of your hoodie there. Oh, thank you. It's like an electric blue, I think, something like that. Wants to know how you came up. I told me, you know. It's short for Everywhereville. So it's, see if you look how. Do you see how that? See Everywhereville? Because everywhere there's a ville. There's a ville everywhere. So for short, you just take the last part. And then it's a little bit of wordplay because it's like, no, it's not evil because it's not spelled like EVIL. It's not spelled that way. So, what's up, 49er girl, Dark Fairy? Good morning to you. Is some kind of blue? I don't know what. But the camera's a lot brighter. Because really, it's like a darker color than what shows up on camera. Like everything on camera is actually like brighter than what it really is. If that's That makes sense. Aw. Well, I wanted to make sure that we hung out on truth and transparency. We're going to be doing that tonight, too. Yeah, let me, we're going to play this. I'm going to show you guys the layout of the grub truck during the day. It's so creepy when you think about it at night.
Moving on to the next one, we have 95.
Look at the clarity of these cameras. Jackson Street. That's where you turn. That's the street BK would have, according to the PCA, would have turned. No. Why would that person take that route if they plan this out?
And 8 or 3rd.
Look at the clarity.
And 8 is Troy Road. 3rd is actually the portion of 8 that the grub truck sits along. Again, just a quick screenshot. On the left, you see Jack's Diner. Directly above it, you see the Grub Wandering Kitchen. You see that is located on Highway 8, which is also East 3rd. Second camera, other side, 95 and 3rd, where the Grub Wandering truck is located.
Isn't this crazy? The clarity. And you couldn't put out a photo to the community. Like something's wrong. Something ain't right.
Just a quick screenshot to show you the two sides of Highway 95 connected by Highway 8 or 3rd Street. So this is another camera at the corner of 95 and 8 in another area where 8 is Troy Road. If you remember, Troy Road is originally where the gas station owner or manager or whoever it was found the white car on their footage passing by weeks after the murders from the night of the murders and turned it into law enforcement. Just off of Troy Road at Sweet Ave, we have 95 and what they have as Sweet Street, but it is 95 and Sweet Ave. Okay. And it is the main street entrance of the University of Idaho.
No, these cameras were there. Like, these are the cameras that are all over. These were the cameras that were there. These cameras were there before October of 2023. Because last year, when you were doing Google Guy searches up and down the road, it was showing images from October of 2023. Some of them would actually show, if you were going around the 1122 property, there for a couple weeks, they didn't have anything blurred. And that's when I recorded from my old shows, the Google Guy, because we were like walking around like crazy on Google Guy when the case first happened. And then after it went fuzzy, and then they started to take out or blur different things on Google Streets, that's when I was like, you know what, I'm going to go back to my old shows and make some clips. Though some of those images go back to 2007. I don't know why. That's just around the neighborhood. But mostly, if you're going around the city, a lot of those images are from before when the crime took place and the cameras are there. Crime rates started to go up 10 years ago, around there, or shortly before that. Crime rates skyrocketed, and then that's when Pullman also started using students from Washington State as interns for their, the program, for them to be able to surveil the university, because the students, all the assaults and things that were taking place. And the chief didn't want to use his own force for it, so they started using students as interns. These cameras are all over. And that's what we've been saying this whole time. Like, to say that you can't have any photo. I mean, these are all over the place. You look at the footage that we got, you can see them all over the place. Now, that's fine if most of them aren't recording. That's cool. But there's so many. There's so many. And to say that not one of them, that none of these cameras could have put out a photo for the community. Imagine what a picture of a vehicle could have done for their comfort. Just having a picture, even if it doesn't have a plate, just having a damn picture.
University of Idaho.
No.
Quick screenshot briefly to show you where we're at. So the two yellow lines are Highway 95 in Troy, where the actual gas station was. And if you go down Highway 95, center of your screen at the bottom, you see the two arrowed lanes going off. That is Sweet Ave. That is where the main entrance, I believe, would be. So this is going to be 95 and Sweet Ave camera right here. So another thing that intrigued me,
and that's another thing when it comes to this PCA. How in the hell do you write a PCA? And there's so many roads and streets on there, you don't even name it correctly, and you work and live in the damn town. And it ain't that big. So how in the hell do you not even know what the hell the names of the streets are if you live there and you work there? Multiple roads and streets that aren't even named properly in the PCA. And you work and live there? The town ain't that damn big. It is not that big. It's your responsibility, it's your job to know the streets, to know the names, to know all the roads and the shortcuts. And you're literally writing a PCA to arrest somebody, and there's multiple times you don't even name a road correctly. That's one of the things I noticed when I was mapping out this route when I went out to Moscow. When I sat down that day and I mapped everything out, like straight up according to the PCA. Like straight up according to the PCA. I was writing it down to the directions and turns on this, and I mean it was detailed. And as I'm sitting there going through it, I'm like, this ain't the name of the fucking, this is a road, not a this is not a street. This is a. And then I'm like, thank you for reminding me, Forensic Frenzy. Because when you pointed that out, I was like, that's fucking right. There's so many on the damn PCA, multiple. Like, and I'm like, you work there. You live there. This isn't Chicago. How? What's up, Crystal? How in the hell do you misname
This is going to be 95 and Sweet Ave camera right here. So another thing that intrigued me is that we know that the defendant had a couple of traffic stops that were mentioned in the probable cause affidavit, one of which was on August 21st of 2022. We later found out in the probable cause affidavit at another point that that actual stop was at Farm Road and Pullman Highway. So how intrigued was I when I found out that there's actually a camera right at Farm and Pullman? But there are also cameras at Pullman and Line, Pullman and Farm, and Pullman and, I'm going to butcher the name of the, so let's see, War Bonnet. And these cameras are entering and exiting Idaho, going back and forth between Idaho and Washington.
And see this middle one that's circled right here? See that middle one that's circled? What's up, Kevin? See that middle one that's circled? That middle one that's circled, if somebody was going to commit this crime and they didn't want to be on, listen, you have no choice to be on this camera and this camera off to the left. Even if you're going the route that I drove you, that I said somebody would have took if they were going to commit this crime. Right? But this one in the middle, that's where you turn right if you're going to take the route that I said somebody would have took. That's where you're going to turn right. Swoop around, go around the Kibbe Dome, you know, where the University of Phoenix, you know, the nonprofit that's going to be funded from taxable and non-taxable bonds scam. You know, that one that's going to be located at the Kibbe Dome. You're going to be going around the Kibbe Dome, and then you're going to end up by 1122. These cameras, they're all over the place. You can see it on the website. You can see it here. You can see it on the drive that I took you. I got the footage for the grub truck. I'll show you guys that when we're done with this video. And when you see the layout in the daytime, if you haven't seen it, you're just going to be like, what?
Along the route that the defendant would have taken that night in August, when they also referred back to him having been stalking the girls outside of their home,
right,
for an hour and 1 minute.
Stalking.
So another confusing little tidbit in the PCA is that he traveled to Lewiston, Idaho, using United States Highway 195. And I looked to see how you would travel from Pullman to Lewiston. I noted that in that portion of the PCA, they're talking about this Kate's Cup of Joe and how he went into Albertsons. So I assumed that this would have been during the transaction when he went from Pullman to Albertson, that he traveled to Lewiston, Idaho, using 195. So I did put it all into Google, and there is like only one way to get there. You do go through Lewiston, Idaho. It is down 195. And I thought to myself, well, are there cameras in that area? And I found the Lewiston Hill camera, which would be the direction that he would have to take to get there. So I'm starting to wonder if the vehicle did just pop up at Indian Hills Drive. And I'm starting to wonder if the phone did just return the next morning without a vehicle's path of travel. Or if we just don't know about all the traveling that they are.
Remember, on November 14th, Ali stated that his phone utilized the tower that 1122 utilizes, but they didn't believe he was in the area. So then what does that mean about all the other ones? And you're going to rely on Ring? You're going to rely on Ring cameras instead of all of these cameras and photos that we've been showing you. And shout out to Forensic Frenzy for highlighting this stuff as well. Out of all this, you couldn't give a photo of any of these to the community. You made the community sit there and suffer. It's ridiculous.
Are alleging the defendant actually did.
There's no way.
Because there are a number of quality highway and roadway cameras in Moscow. And then I just wanted to show you this last but not least, because aside from the fact that the camera lens was obviously wet this morning, you can very clearly in the lower left corner of the screen see what is like a navy blue or some sort of blue Prius. And on the opposite side of the intersection there, despite the fact that the lens is obviously more distorted above that car, you can see that that is some kind of white, possibly four-door sedan. So it's just very interesting to think that we are assuming that they're working with these blurred images of the vehicles that they were looking at.
And this is with rain on the camera. There wasn't rain. There wasn't rain. This is with rain on the camera too. Like,
when in actuality, I think that they may have some really quality imaging
damn
of
straight.
These different vehicles.
How do you come up with a profile of a vehicle? Because remember, LE stated they sent the digital evidence to a specialized team that specializes in coming up with vehicle descriptions. So why couldn't the community get a photo from that? It's easy to come up with a make and model of camera images like this. But if you have camera images like this, well, you know, then you can really like nail the hell out of it and be like, well, no, that if you have camera images that are blurry and are just kind of, you know, fuzzy and, you know, like Ring cameras, oh, you can make those out to be any fucking car you want to be. Especially when you start your investigation off with 22,000. I mean, you can make it be anything you want to be.
Of the alleged suspect vehicle one, as far
What's
as
up,
like
Toby? What's up, everybody?
Car that they followed, you know, in their canvas from point A to point B, down to Albertsons, back out to Johnson, Idaho, like all over the place and stuff like that. I just feel like despite everyone else's camera abilities, I am quite shocked with the camera abilities of MPD in the Moscow area, because everyone made it seem like they were not going to have very much as far as like quality imaging of the potential car.
Mama J.
I don't know, guys.
Yes, please go like, share, and subscribe. All right, I'm going to show you some footage here. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the grub truck layout, the daytime, and it is freaking crazy. Let's see here. Hold on. Ooh, shout out A&W. That's the A&W that supposedly got him on surveillance as well. I went and ate there one day. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was so good. Oh my gosh, it was so good. Well, according to the owner of the corner club, he never went there. Let's see here. Let me see where it's at. Hold on. I did a lot of driving here. Oh yeah, there's the PD right there. Oh, it's. I'm telling you, Deb. Like back home in Akron, we had an A&W, got shut down a couple years ago. Back home, but man, I went to this A&W in Moscow. I just stumbled across it. I was like, "Oh shit, this is A&W." What's up, Phidippus? And I was like, "Shit, I'm here. I might as well." And I got a paper from the gas station that had the thing, the article, the big article about it and stuff. And then I decided to go ahead and sit and eat at A&W, and oh my gosh, it was like the best A&W I've ever had in my life. It was the best A&W I ever had in my life. So good. And it wasn't even that expensive either. Okay. Let's see where I'm at here. Oh yeah, this is when that's Christ Church, everybody. See that building on the right? Deb. You see that building on the right? That's Christ Church. Here, hold on. Let me figure something out here. Can I go up here? No, that's too much. Hold on. Let's see here. How can I? Maybe if I bring it over a little bit. I don't know. That's the best I can do. What's up, Scarlett? That's Christ Church on the right. Yeah! The church everybody talks about. The church everybody talks about. Because I was trying to go park in their parking lot. I was trying to go, because I literally put in the address for Christ Church. And this is the freaking, this is the address it gave me on freaking Google Maps. It had me go, when I turned down this road, I was like, this road's a freaking alley? Watch. Here, let me rewind it just a little bit. Yeah, that's Christ Church. Hold on. Let me rewind it just a little bit. Yeah, it's like, what? Watch. You're going down a fucking alley. Watch this shit. You're going down a fucking alley. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. This is the church that controls everything? What? So there's Moscow Ale House, all right? This is Google Maps giving me this direction. For real. You're going down a fucking alley, yo. Watch. And I'm like, and I'm going, why am I going down an alley? This is weird. And I'm like, okay. And then it keeps telling me to go. And just like any freaking road in Moscow, mostly it's a one-car fucking road, right? Again, one-car road. I'm like, all right, let me pull over. Oh, okay. Nope, this vehicle's turning in. Okay, cool. Hopefully another car don't come down this road. And then it's like, you've arrived at your destination. And I'm like, this is the church? This building right here is Christ Church. Look at this. There's their door to the right. That's their door. That's their damn door. It's about a 45. Aw, yeah. It is worth a drive, though. Now, this is what's creepy when we start getting more into this. Oh, the grub truck part. That's fucking Christchurch. It's like, what? That's it. That's what it looks like. It's like, where do you park? And then this is some other business. I'm like, I'm sitting here, I pull over, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that was. Like, how do I even get like that was Christchurch? All right, let me see here. Just driving around Moscow. Where did I have that at? Hold on, maybe I need to skip ahead a little bit. A Street. Third Street. Okay, it's coming up right here. All right, so this is going to show... Here, let me get rid of my face. Yeah, it's a weird building. It's definitely a weird building. Okay, so if you look to the left right here, see those pillars, right? Here, let me zoom in, and get rid of the banner. And then you can see those pillars. I'm going to show you. See those pillars on the left-hand side. Now, if you guys remember, when you're looking at the grub truck, right? And you're looking on the bottom left camera, where you're looking at where they pick up the food and you're looking at where the girls leave, right? The bottom left camera, you see those pillars in the background. That's where the pillars is what you're seeing on the bottom left of this footage right here. So the bottom left camera, the pillars in the background, that's what you're seeing at the bottom left right here. So those are the pillars. And you'll see what I mean when I pull in and park there. All right, so I'm turning. Then I'm going to turn again. Then I'm going to pull in to where the grub truck parks. And then I'm going to explain some stuff. It's real sketch. That's the courthouse straight up there. The jail. All right, so this is where the grub truck... Oh, wait, no, I make another circle. Hold on. All right, pillars on the left again. Now I'm making that circle. I forgot I was driving around some other places too. What's up, everybody? Sorry, I can't see chat. I got this on full screen right now. All right, here's where I turn in. All right. So you can see it totally looks different. You can see the pillars in the back. So the grub truck would be parked on the left. Grub truck would be parked on the left. And then all of the reflections from the windows and all of that is coming from the right. And look at this creepy ass alley. I didn't even know was there. That creepy ass alley. Imagine how dark. So when it comes to like the students that were like running off to the back left, they're running off to the street. There's alleys there I didn't even know existed. And this is the layout. It's just totally creepy as hell. All right. Wanted to show you guys that real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll get back to chat, get my screen back. They have a streets. It's crazy. Like there's so many out there. They out there they have like the same name for everything too. So like Palouse and Pullman, and there's so many things that was named Pullman and Palouse and Palouse, especially Palouse, everything all over the place. But even the surrounding, as I was driving around on the outskirts of Pullman and Moscow, even everything outside of like in the outskirts is named the same thing. The streets are named the same as the towns. The towns are named the same as the streets. It's like everything is named together. The golf courses, the the businesses, and then you got the one letter streets and all that other stuff too. It's just like, what? We should check it out. I mean, I have a lot of people reaching out to me and have for a long time, asking me to get into the Christchurch stuff. But I don't know. I was just shocked that it didn't even, like, that's the building. This is the church that runs everything. No, the university runs everything. Oh, yeah, Keith, like, it's so beautiful there. It's so beautiful there. Like, it's probably the most beautiful nature scenery. Oh my gosh. Like when I like usually when I go out places, I'm here, man, I was like, oh my gosh, I really want to move out here. Like I was really like almost in a way trying to talk myself out of moving out there. And then I was just like, yeah, that damn cold though. No. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the cold, oh my gosh, I'd be there. It is so beautiful. The rolling hills, the mountains all over. It was so awesome seeing, like waking up and seeing snow on the caps of the mountains, and then as the day would go on and the sun would start to hit all those hills, and you would see the depth and the shadows. I mean, it was just it was so beautiful. I got a lot of good photography too. I'll have to show you guys that too. I still got to drop all that on something. I got to figure out what I'm going to drop all the photos on. Beautiful though. It's so beautiful. If it wasn't for the cold, I would already be planning on moving out there. It's weird. I don't know what to. I was shocked. Number one, it took me down an alley. It took me down an alley. Number two, when I'm driving up to it, I'm like, where's the church? And then, boop, you have arrived at your location. I'm like, where do I even park is what I said to myself, because it looked like there was like 10 spaces for parking, and that was it. I don't understand. I don't know where they could have parked. And then here I'm just driving around where BK is sitting. This is just one of the videos. What's up, Typically? Thank you for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. We're just getting into the show. I'm just kind of hanging out. We're doing fresh notes, old notes. And kind of going through some new stuff, some old stuff. Harsh had a video out this morning too. But again, I wanted to say shout out to Forensic Frenzy. Again, for the detail orientation of the video and the hard work for putting together. Let's see where she's at now. 473. Beautiful. Beautiful. I am late. What's up, Anna? How you doing? You put in. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It was. And I'm afraid of flying too, and I got on a damn plane. Grub truck on the left, CJ building. Yeah, no, when we pull in, when you pull in, let me see, 17 right here. When I pull in, the grub truck is going to be straight back to the left, because you just have to pay attention to the pillars. You look at the pillars, and then you look at the bottom left camera of the grub truck, and then that's what gives you the location of where it's at, because the other cameras are showing you the backs of the storefronts that you're going to see on the right side. So if you're looking at the cameras that was on the top left, that's going to show all the store windows on the right side of when I pull in. So the grub truck's going to be on the left, where the girls leave is going to be straight, and then where the windows on the top left is going to be on the right side. So I'll go ahead and leave it on this spot again. And you got alleys going to the left and to the right. Creepy, dark-ass alleys, man. All right, so there you go. I'll go ahead and take that off, and you can see what I'm saying. See, the grub truck would be parked on the left. Girls left straight ahead. The windows that you see on the reflection on the top left camera of the grub truck are to the right. Sorry, I'm trying to get to all the chats. I'm trying to scroll back here. Jab, thank you for hopping in. Typically unique. Number 53, Forensic Frenzy. Definitely go sub. What's up, Phidippus? Oh, jeez. It's snowing. Oh, my gosh. Well, I'm sitting here and I'm waking up and I'm like, damn, it's freezing. It's better than snowing. Oh, my gosh. Where's it snowing, Crystal? What's up, Say Please? Did you get... Yeah, I got eerie vibes every time I drove up to the... Oh, as soon as I got on frickin' Steiner or Valenta or Taylor, yeah, it was... And I basically went out and I got a bunch of gear. That way I looked like a student. So I was able to talk to students. I was able to kind of do what I had to do. Other than there was agents and university security out there the whole time when I was out there, but I still went out there and got footage and pictures and all that other stuff. But other than that, no, there was nothing really. There was one time when I was leaving the vigil. When I was leaving the vigil and I was walking, and there was one time when a group of the beefy truck dudes, if you know what I'm talking about, the group of the beefy truck dudes drove by and, you know, all of them as they drove by. I was like, all right, what's going to go down? Other than that, no, it was pretty... I had a rental that had Washington State plates, and I was just wearing the gear that all the students would wear. So yeah, right. I just blended right in. Even when I was talking, because I did talk to some University of Idaho students, but I mostly talked to Washington State University. And no, everybody was totally beautiful and cool and down to earth and very helpful and welcoming and warming. And it was especially in Washington, like shout out Washington State University. The students out there rock, man. Yeah, it was good times. It was good times. Snow day. I don't know. Time for change. I didn't get any cult vibes. I did not get any cult vibes. It was more eye-opening because number one, like with the whole Google stuff, it's one thing to have the Google perspective, but when you're like there and you're driving around and you're walking around and you're talking to people, or even as you're just trying to navigate stuff, you don't realize how scrunched it is there. It is so small. It just takes minutes to drive through the city. It ain't very big at all. When you're driving around the crime scene, it's so scrunched. I don't know. It was very odd. It was like when I got there, it was one of them things where it's like, no matter, we've been studying this case for a year. And even though we've studied these roads and did the Google guys and, studied all these other things, literally when I'm driving around there, like I know these streets, but literally when you're driving around there and everything is so scrunched and congested. It throws you off, and then your sense of direction goes with it. And then before you know it, you're just like, where the fuck am I? Just because of the elevation changes from one street to the next, and then everything's so scrunched together when it looks so spread out on Google. And then I don't know, it's just crazy. Hard to explain. Didn't get any creepy cult vibes though. I was just shocked that the church, that's what the church looked like. I was like, and then I'm driving down an alley. I'm like, what the hell? All right, so I'm gonna share a video from Harsh this morning, talking about wrongfully found or was evidence fabricated, kind of the stuff that we were watching on Truth and Transparency show. Shout out Truth and Transparency. Shout out. And we'll be back there tonight watching her next show. So definitely come hang out and show her some love. This is from Harsh. This is about Gone Too Far. Was Koberger wrongfully found or was evidence fabricated? Let's see what he has to say.
Actually, Sunday for you because it's like.
Oh.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope
it's not Friday
on this stupendous Sunday.
Oh wow,
it's Sunday.
Wow, mystified.
I think it's only just actually Sunday for you because it's like 5 a.m. here. What is it? No, it's 4:34 a.m.
Damn.
And I'm on it already. I'm on it. You're looking amazing, by the way. I probably don't look amazing because I'm yet to sleep. Some things just sometimes get in your head, and you struggle with things, and this Idaho4 case has been one of those, I think, which has kind of
slept.
affected a lot of us because we want it to be right. We want it to be proper. Like some people, the trolls will accuse content creators of doing stuff for money, that they've got no real morals. They're just, there's nothing. It's not important to them. Well, let me just tell you something. This case.
Thank you so much, typically. Let's all hit the like button. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I'm going to be getting back to that email too. I promise you. I apologize. I've been crazy busy.
Is important. It is important to a lot of content creators. And regardless of what the trolls say and what they think the reasons are behind the coverage of it, it's not always about clicks, views, and money. Sometimes content creators are kept up at night because their desire for things to be right and to be proper and for the victims of these crimes to actually get the justice that they deserve is something that keeps them up at night. It just is. And this led me to stumbling across a story, and it was about the FBI. And this story made me kind of think about the Idaho4 case and the Brian Koberger situation and what we're seeing unfold with this gag order. This gag order and everything being hush-hush, and some sort of similarities whenever you see something being gagged and the reasonings behind it. And one thing that always stood out to me was that what seems to be being protected is the investigative techniques used. It seems that it's not so much that they want to protect the people, the victims and the people who were potential witnesses and so on. It's about protecting how they get to the results that they get to, protecting the things that they use and the methodology used in the capturing of the accused. That seems to be what's important. And that's not the first time. And it's also not the first time that, in fact, they have let people off. This is the FBI, that they have dropped charges against accused people in order to protect the methodology used, because it was more important to them to allow dangerous people to continue doing dangerous things than it was to disclose the methodology used in capturing these exact people. And if you're wondering what I'm
Interesting. Really? The investigation led to the sentencing of Stephen W. Chase, a 58-year-old from Florida who created the website, to 30 years in prison in May 2017. His two co-defendants pleaded guilty and were sentenced to 20 years each earlier in 2017 for their involvement in Playpen. In 2017, the FBI dropped charges against one defendant after the court for that case requested details on the NIT malware. The FBI preferred to keep the NIT malware a secret for future investigations. Huh.
talking about, this was about in 2015, the FBI.
Wow, and it was a notorious darknet CP website. Wow. And one of them got off because they didn't want... Huh. Wow.
I were tipped off about a dark web site called
Wow.
Playpen. Now, Playpen was at the time one of the largest child exploitation sites there was. It was huge. It was huge. And what happened is the FBI managed to basically hijack this site and take control of it. But not only did they hijack it and take control of it, they fucking upgraded it. They upgraded it and made it better, made it work more efficiently.
What? Wow. They upgraded it so its number of visitors rose sharply while it was under their control. Wow.
And what they would then, in essence, do is they would use malware in order to capture the details of people who were using this site. But there is then a problem, because there is now two issues here. And like I say, this would eventually lead to charges being dropped against people involved in this Playpen case, because the FBI were unwilling, like I said, they were unwilling to disclose the details of the methodology used to capture.
And it was upgraded to work better, so the number of visitors... Oh my God!
Capture the people to actually.
What's up, ticket number 98? Thank you.
That they designed a Trojan horse, if you like, a malware that would grab the IP addresses of everybody that was using this site, and because this was an autonomous thing and it would just spread indiscriminately across everybody, there was an issue with constitutional rights then. And I suppose it's like the Idaho4 case. You have to then ask yourself a serious question. That is, look, we can always sit on the fence and say innocent until proven guilty. But what if the FBI... And let me just step up. Let me back up. Like I say, we can sit on the fence and say we're innocent until proven guilty. But it doesn't stop there being equality when it comes to guilty and innocent in the Brian Kohberger case. As much as he could be guilty, he could be innocent. As much as he could be innocent, he could be guilty. But with the FBI's involvement and this the way it looks like this case is being almost like reverse engineered, what if the FBI had utilized some kind of methodology in that period of time that we know that they pretty much had Brian Koberger in the sights, but they were delaying things.
Yeah.
They were delaying. Now, this playpen situation, that took them 2 weeks.
the tip and ran with it the whole time. That's it.
They basically took over this site for a period of 2 weeks. Now, the
That's
other
crazy.
argument was that
That's
in effect,
crazy.
they became the distributors of the stuff that they were sort of going after people who were distributing, and they done it better and more efficiently and worse. You know, this was thousands and thousands and thousands of images that the FBI peddled across the internet in order to capture people.
So what did they do with Keegan Klein? In Delphi? Oh my gosh.
And I suppose the question
That's
then becomes,
crazy.
when do the ways outweigh the means, if you like? When does what you're doing then become worse than what you're actually chasing? And is that something that we can ask ourselves in the Brian Koberger case? What if the FBI used methodology that is unconstitutional in the capturing of a person who indeed did this crime? Would people be okay with that? Would you be okay with that? And are they now trying to reverse engineer a case in order to hide the methodology used because they don't want people to know what they're willing to do and the lengths they're willing to go in order to capture someone? And now this is about trying to find a way of proving that this person did this crime the right way. And I know we're now venturing into the realms of, okay, so what you're doing now, you're saying Brian Koberger did it. I'm saying that with respect to this case, I am on the fence. I am willing to say innocent until proven guilty. That the person who is accused should be entitled the assumption of innocence. But
Right. I mean, there's like, yeah, we talk like there's a lot of innocent because it just doesn't make sense. It is innocent until proven guilty, and at the same time, dude could be guilty as shit too. And that's the thing. I'm not, whether it's innocent or whether it's guilty, I ain't gonna be the one that's gonna have to take down my videos for any defamation. Period.
like I've said,
Because it is
equally, that
innocent
does
until
come
proven
with
guilty.
the assumption of guilt also. There is not a situation in the Idaho4 case that we could confidently say that even though the evidence placed before us is circumstantial at best, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't come with its problems and challenges. But it just, listening to what the FBI were willing to do with this playpen situation, how they were willing to, in order to capture the people they wanted to capture, that they were willing to become the villains themselves, to get in the mud, if you like. They were willing to get down into the mud in order to become those that they wanted to capture. But when push come to shove, they just weren't willing to disclose how they got to the conclusions, and they let people go. Now, is that what's going to happen in the Idaho4 case? And again, I ask the question, how do you feel about this situation? If indeed they know it's Brian Koberger and they used perhaps unconstitutional methods to get there, would you rather Brian Koberger walks, or would you prefer that he does not work? I know this is a different walk, sorry. I know this is a difficult question. It isn't an easy one, but it's one I think that we should rarely be asked. It's one that we should consider and discuss, and I'd be interested to get your thoughts and feelings on it. Do you feel that if somebody is truly guilty and the ways that the system got there are indeed unconstitutional, what do you do?
It gets thrown out. If it's unconstitutional, it gets thrown out. And my question is, what if there's no IGG information given to the judge at any time, whether it's December 1st, whether it's after the new year, whether it's after another delay in January? What if they never get the IGG information? Then what? What's up, MK? I don't think they would be. I don't think they would be if it was them in that position. I'm not saying he's 100% innocent or guilty, but what I'm saying is if you're being charged with a crime and you're coming from the position that you didn't do it, it is, isn't it? And it's like, it's 2023. It's almost 2024. And this is where technology, this is where science, this is where we're headed. Like in this direction. Yeah, I can't wait for trial, Phidippus. I'm ready for trial. And shout out Judge. Thank you, Judge, for giving the people a win, because I don't care about court TV. They done fucked it. They messed it up. I'm so happy that I don't have to sit there and worry about watching this to cover up the zoom in. I'm happy I don't have to do that when I'm watching a damn court hearing now. It's going to be awesome. So, court TV, you done fucked it up. You had so many chances and you kept not only you kept doing that, but I didn't even know this until after the latest documents. And that was the fact that court TV was even recording before they were supposed to record. And they were recording after they were supposed to stop. Every time. So not only before and after, but during, they were fucking around. So, yeah, like I said from the beginning, I don't need no damn camera going from here to here, here to here. Give me a camera in the back of the corner. I just want to be there. I just want to be there to hear. Just give me some kind of video. I don't give a shit. If I do want some kind of zoom, give me a zoom on the witness stand. That's it. So shout out Judge. Even though the defense didn't want him, the prosecution didn't want him, MSM fucked it up. Shout out Judge, because this is one of those cases that needs to be televised, because this is a learning moment, whether it's negative or positive for the future or the past. This thing is going to change so many things for the positive and the negative. It needs to be televised. It is a learning moment for society, period. Like, this is huge. This is a turning point in the judicial system when it comes to how you can apprehend, how you can go about doing these things. And when it comes to DNA, it's going to be a game changer, because OJ's DNA shit was a game changer back then. This is going to be on a higher level. This DNA is going to be on a higher level than the OJ shit. I need to do like a members only OJ show sometime. Oh my gosh, what the hell in Delphi? You know what I mean, Salty Sleuth? What the hell in Delphi? Same here, Jab. I've started to question so many more things than I used to have. A lot more trust. I used to have a lot more trust in the media. I used to have a lot more trust in the system. And with this is all just like, what if it was you? It's, you know what I'm saying, Fitipus? That's what I was saying. Like, you know, people like want to message me and shit. You don't have a degree. You shouldn't be talking about this. You don't know what you're talking. I don't give a fuck. Because what you eat don't make me shit. And it's just logic and common sense. I don't need to go to school for this shit. Because it's this simple. What if it was you? If you didn't commit this crime, I don't care. I don't care if somebody on YouTube is trying to question the shit that needs questioned, whether they have a degree or not. I don't care. I would sit there and I would appreciate the fact that somebody's actually saying, you know what, this doesn't make sense, people. Especially with how many people out there are trying to vilify. Nobody knows. And if your ass had inside information, if your ass knew, your ass wouldn't be on YouTube because your ass wouldn't have a job. Because who in the hell is going to hire somebody that's supposed to keep shit close to the investigation that's going to sit there and peep. You ain't going to have no damn job. So what are you going to do? You're going to take the chance of losing your job for a guest spot on YouTube? The fuck you are. You ain't coming to YouTube. You ain't going to TikTok. You ain't doing none of that shit. Will you be Papa Rogers? Probably. Probably. Putting shit out there. Knowing shit that nobody knew about. Putting shit out there. Creating a narrative to fit with all the shit that was going with MSM. And then all of a sudden when shit comes out after the arrest, and then it's like, whoa, wait a minute. What? A sheath? How did they know? Oh my gosh. All the stuff that Papa Roger said must be true. It fits with everything MSM's been saying. It must be true. Papa Rogers was probably one of those people that couldn't get on fucking YouTube and wanted to peep. We felt that for a long ass time. Anything else doesn't. Some with degree are used to being fed that too. Especially the way it is nowadays with MSM. It's horrible. Oh, for sure. Same here. That's what, it was something that was brought up a long time ago, early in the year, January, February, when we were talking more Papa Roger, and I think it was January. Might have even been December. I think it was January, though. Yeah, and it was like, you know what? That it makes sense. And then the whole Banfield sources close to the investigation, where everybody was like, she's getting her stuff off Reddit. No, I don't think she was getting her stuff off Reddit. I think she was literally getting her stuff from one of the MPD. I think she was literally getting some of her shit off of the MPD. You know what I mean? Shit. After that crime took place, they're walking around like they're wearing big ass belt buckles on their belts, with their hands all tied into the loops on their pants and shit. Like they got cowboy boots and big old fucking belt buckle. Having that walk, but they're just shutting their car door, walking up to the property. I'm sure Banfield swooed them. You're talking about some small ass fucking town with small ass fours, and you got somebody like Ashley Banfield all buttering you up. because she knows what she's doing, right? And they probably, they're used to noise complaints. They ain't used to national media trying to get information out of them. So she probably swooed the shit out of them. They probably felt big time. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give her just a little something, because she is a sweet lady, right? And then all of a sudden, sources close to the investigation said, boom, boom, boom. And it's like, well, shit. Hey, guys, guess what? We could just tell her this, and then she'll go ahead and just spin it for us, and then it'll match. Yeah. The coffee cup. You touch the cup, you put it back on the shelf. I touch the cup, I take it home, I do the nasty thing. I don't wash it before I use it. And then I touch my microphone stand, and then next thing you know, and then they're coming to brush for DNA off this microphone stand because it was the last thing that I touched. And all of a sudden, the person who touched this coffee cup that I disgustingly didn't wash before I used, all of a sudden their DNA is right here. And they weren't even here. But for somehow, right here is where. Oh shit. Oh no. I know. Like literally when I go into stores, now, I used to pick shit up all the time. No. I look at it, and then I'm like, okay. And then if I'm really thinking about it, then I'll pick it up and I've changed how because seriously, like you could go be shopping for herbal tea, and next thing you know, and you just went to go get some herbal tea. Did you hear about the Chad Dorman case? The dad that unalived his 3 sons? He's requesting that former felons be on the jury panel. What? Oh, you better be careful. You better be walking around going... That's what they're used to. Noise complaints. Noise complaints. And, the underage drinking task force, the one that doesn't use marked vehicles or have any kind of LE equipment inside. It's totally like a rental. Come on. That's the vehicle that looked like an Elantra that was driving around all night. Let's be honest, everybody. Come on. That too, mystified. That too. Because that's going around again as well. Oh no, we're gonna be having some other shows coming up here at the end of the month. Because from now on, the last couple days of the month, because there's so many cases that we don't get to throughout the month, and every month I just have so much prep that just doesn't even get used. So what I'm going to do is the last couple days of the month, I'm going to start talking about all the different cases from that current month that we didn't talk about, just to highlight some of the other cases that maybe we might not have gotten to. So that is going to be one where we kind of discuss for a little bit at the end of the month here. All right, so I'm going to switch to a channel called Morrow News 8. It was a video we were going to check out probably about a week ago, actually, and we never got to it. So this is a little, it's like a 20-minute little story type about the Idaho4 an unfinished story. Now, when it comes to, and here's the channel. Now, when it comes to Morrow News 8, if you definitely go sub. When it comes to, you know, like when I was out there and when I came back, I was talking about a lot about how the students are, you know, still scared. There's just a certain vibe around the community, like the person that committed the crime or a co-person that committed the crime is still out there. Now, some of them obviously are gung-ho. Brian Koberger is guilty as shit. But most of them are just, they're nervous and they're scared. You know, that it could happen again. That the right person is, or people have not or are not apprehended. Now, do they feel secure? Even the Walmart employees feel secure with, you know, the way that they've kind of made the community feel secure. So they're not necessarily looking over their shoulder all the time, but deep down, they feel like there's something more, and they're not being told. Ever since the beginning, they felt like Ellie has been very secretive with the community, and they also feel like they're not being told the whole truth. And so I wanted to highlight this video that Morrow News 8 made, morrow.wsu.edu. Shout out Morrow News, Washington State University. And we're going to watch this. This is some interviews with some students that the university did here.
This horrible crime has affected all of us. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
It's hard to go back to the way things were after something so tragic happened.
As soon as we heard about the awful murders, the first thing we thought of was how can we help the Sigma Chi fraternity undergraduates over there in Moscow, and how can we help honor Ethan?
One year ago, 4 students at the University of Idaho were murdered. Fear, panic, and confusion surrounded Moscow.
You know what?
Tonight on Morrow News 8,
I'm going to do, this is Morrow News. Let me see. Let me zoom out, give it full screen. That way you can see, the names of the reporters and everything too. Yes, College of Communications. Thank you, Caddy. I appreciate all the knowledge you always drop. Thank you so much. What's up, Forensic Frenzy? Thank you so much. And everybody, thank you for your hard work, Forensic. We're going to be showing it again. Trust me. Great video, great work. Anytime that you would love to come up on panel here with me, and we can go into this camera stuff even further, I would love to. Just let me know. Also, this University of Phoenix, Idaho deal, that's a scam, needs rotation out there. Like, if anybody wants to like discuss it, bring it up, please, like, share a video, talk about it. This deal is getting close to being done. It was another step forward to getting done a week ago, and it's not good for the community. It's so horrible. Just I don't know how they can get away with it. I really don't. It's just so sleazy. Yes, great stuff. Very detail oriented. I appreciate that. Forensic Frenzy. Thank you for your hard work. All right, I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to get rid of my face on this one. That way you guys can see the names, and it'll be nothing but the special here. But I'll still be with you on the microphone. I want to be Amish. I tell you what, I love the food. Oh, my gosh.
To the
Forensic.
families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
It's hard to go back to the way things were after something so tragic happened.
As soon as we heard about the awful murders, the first thing we thought of was how can we help the Sigma Chi fraternity undergraduates over there in Moscow, and how can we help honor Ethan?
One year ago, 4 students at the University of Idaho were murdered. Fear, panic, and confusion surrounded Moscow.
All right, it's Mandy Tolson. Here, let me do this so you can see the name, and then we'll go ahead and finish. Maggie Tolson is the producer. There we go.
University of Idaho were murdered. Fear, panic, and confusion surrounded Moscow. Tonight on Murrow News 8, we want to clear up some of that confusion and tell some of the stories of Ethan, Madison, Kaylee, and Xana.
Four University of Idaho students were killed yesterday in a suspected homicide. They say this is an ongoing investigation, but there's no active threat to the community.
We know you have questions, and so do we.
First, my deepest condolences to the families and friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
Yeah, listen, if you want... Oh, man. This guy, I swear. He just gets my blood boiling. Black screen? It's not showing nothing. What?
This horrible crime has a...
Hold on. It must be StreamYard. Hold on a second. All right. Does it show a screen now? How about now? StreamYard must be bugging. It's working now? Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, StreamYard must be bugging. All right, here we go. Now, this is from Washington State University itself.
affected all of us.
Sorry, everybody.
First, my deepest condolences to the families.
But when you watch this press conference or any of them and you see Scott Green, like what he's going to do here, oh, this shit just makes my blood boil. This whole deal shit and the way he treats this community. Gonna fake cry. You watch these press conferences, he definitely messes with his glasses all the time, but do you see him wipe any tear away from his eye? Hell no, you don't. That's how you know it's real or fake. What's up, Tracy?
And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
This is all fake.
It's hard to go back to the way things were after something so tragic happened.
As soon as we heard about the awful murders, the first thing we thought of was how can we help the Sigma Chi fraternity undergraduates over there in Moscow, and how can we help honor Ethan?
Thank you, Cherry.
1 year ago, 4 students at the University of Idaho were murdered. Fear, panic, and confusion surrounded Moscow. Tonight on Murrow News 8, we want to clear up some of that confusion and tell some of the stories of Ethan, Madison, Kaylee, and Xana.
Four University of Idaho students were killed yesterday in a suspected homicide. They say this is an ongoing investigation, but there's no active threat to the community.
We know you have questions, and so do we.
First, my deepest condolences to the families and friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison.
Fake. Fake. Excuse
Local
you, your
businesses were
ass.
canvassed in an effort to see if any fixed blade type knives may have recently been purchased.
The Moscow police released a new statement. They're looking for a car that you can be seen on your screen. If you know anyone that has that type of car in the Moscow area, you are urged to call the Moscow police tip line or send an email.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing today? So y'all work at the university there? Actually, we work there. Oh.
Mr. Koberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI evidence response team for processing.
Mr. Koberger, I need to speak to you for a moment then. Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
They told me a grand jury indicted Brian Koberger on all counts. That means the grand jury found there was enough evidence in the case for it to go to trial.
It was a pretty gruesome murder for a college campus.
Being in Pullman is like such a small area. I feel like that doesn't happen.
I think I was still in shock until like maybe a couple months after.
For like the past 6 years I've lived here, and there hasn't been crime like that before. It was just kind of shocking.
I think I just was more around people.
I don't think it's changed the way I've moved around campus, but it does, like, I do think about it.
I didn't feel any less safe, but I guess I was just a little bit more, aware.
Just be safe, make sure that you are being aware of your surroundings and everything like that.
Across the border here in Moscow, Idaho, people are still trying to adjust to normal life once again. I spoke to Samantha Melendrez, who's a University of Idaho student, about the different lifestyle changes and safety precautions she takes before going out at night.
It's hard to go back to the way things were after something so tragic happened. Me and a bunch of my friends would always go party at least every weekend. It was kind of normal for us. Bars, just parties that were in the apartments, going to Pullman, sometimes frat parties, but it's just whatever the vibe was for the night. A lot of bars that we would go at was definitely Corner Club. Sometimes I would go out alone. It was just more or less like I would make friends on the way, like being there. It felt fine up until the homicides did happen. It was kind of depressing. Two of the older girls, Kaylee and Maddie, they were 21. Corner was their area too, so it was kind of just like, it didn't feel right. Everyone was on edge. No one felt safe. People Like, this was a town that everyone considered having like doors unlocked to now having our doors locked with stuff on our windows just so people can't get in. A lot of people weren't going out regardless because of that, just like the whole city of Moscow. Like, kind of people were just shutting themselves in. Like, even when I would go to work, it was kind of just like we had to start having a buddy system leaving work and like getting walked to our cars and stuff. All of us have each other's locations on Apple locations, so they have our live locations all the time. More or less, like, our plans are like, if we go out, we have to be with someone that we know, that everybody knows. Our location has to be on, and we have to send updates on like how we're doing and when we're going to be home. I think it's changed my perspective on a lot, especially just growing up and knowing the dangers outside. Now we only really go to Corner, and that's the place that we stay the most. Other than that, we don't leave our own like general area that we like consider our safe spot.
Brian Koberger was a graduate student here at WSU, and he taught right inside this building here. I spoke to Phil Weiler to get a better understanding of WSU's response and to a student on campus to see how the students felt about it.
Scared, confused. It felt like there was a light that was turned off. It felt like depression hit campus. Nobody was taking it easy on us. Nobody really understood, like, yeah, they knew that what was going on, but they still expected us to go on with our day like nothing ever happened. But we are a community, and it did affect us. Nobody was saying anything. And like, yes, we do know a lot of like the factors now. We know a lot of like the things that have come out. But what we forget is that the day after, we didn't know much. We just knew that 4 people had died. That's even crazier because that's never happened around here.
Yeah, this was a student who'd been with us for just a couple months. He had been there the first semester, and I mean, I think everyone is shocked and horrified that there is someone who was in our community who is accused of these really horrific crimes.
They were amongst like the people that he murdered. You know, like he targeted college students. So it was really, really challenging to hear about who the suspect was. We never used to lock our doors because we felt safe. But now we start locking our doors. We have to make sure that our windows are always locked.
When news of the murders broke in the community, the Washington State University Police Chief felt obligated to send out a text alert to all of our students. Blue light phones are important. We also have had for many years a ride program, an escort, so walking escort service that's run by our student police cadets through the WSU Police Department. If there's any reason whatsoever for us to believe that there is that students' safety is in any way at risk, we're going to notify them.
Honestly, still with fear in a way, because the trial's still going on, so we don't know whether
What's up, Grizz?
Or guilty.
Brian Koberger was arrested on December 30th of 2022, almost 11 months ago. And while lots of things have been happening in the courthouse, not much progress has been made. When it comes to criminal cases, it isn't easy as arrest, charge, and trial. There are many steps taken before a case can officially go to trial.
If a person's in custody, the prosecutor is supposed to bring the case to trial within 60 days. That rarely ever happens. What happens is the defendant waives their speedy trial right because it's just not possible to get a case together in that short period of time, let alone a big case like Koberger's case. There's a tremendous amount of discovery that has to take place first. In the meantime, there's all kinds of motions that need to be filed for motions in limine to keep information out, specifically to keep some evidence from being presented to the jury because it may be prejudicial.
In the case of Brian Koberger, information about where in the discovery process the two sides are is almost impossible to find. A gag order from Judge John Judge has limited all parties from saying anything about the case.
Well, gag orders have to be pretty specific because of the First Amendment. People have a right to express themselves. but the court tries to specifically set out rules about what defendants cannot talk about or what the prosecutor can't talk about.
And it isn't just Latah County prosecutors and Koberger's defense team either. Whitman County prosecutor, Moscow, Pullman, and WSU police, even the mayor of Moscow, have all cited the gag order as reason not to talk to reporters or the public.
There's no penalty for not talking to the press. There's only penalties if you talk to the press and it was covered by the gag order.
Another pretrial discussion is the ability to move the trial to a new location.
Pretty rare that happens, and I don't see it happening in this case, but they move these things because they've been sensationalized to a point where they can't get a fair jury pool. So they move them to other jurisdictions to try to get people who haven't been following the case. I think it's going to be pretty tough in Idaho to find somebody who hasn't been following the case. It's been pretty spectacular. All of the newspapers there's an article about it every single day in the papers, and I read them. I'm sure everybody else is reading them as well.
With the FBI going back to the house a couple weeks ago looking for more evidence, it is clear that more discovery needs to happen before the case can go to trial.
They're going to have, they being the FBI, is going to have to look over all that information, come to some conclusions, and they're going to send it to the state. Then the state has to send it to the defense. Then the defense has to sit down with their experts and go over it. And so that in and of itself is going to take months. Another year, certainly that could be. It could be 2 years.
Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana all lost their lives in this home on King Road. But now, 1 year later, an endowed scholarship foundation and a memorial garden will help their legacies live on forever.
Ethan was just a dude you loved to be around. He was always a fun time, always someone you wanted to be hanging out with, someone that you'd introduce your parents to if your parents were coming here. That's the kind of guy that Ethan was. Just a happy guy, loved life, loved being around his friends, loved Sigma Chi.
How can we help the Sigma Chi fraternity undergraduates over there in Moscow? And how can we help honor Ethan? First annual Ethan Chapin Memorial Scholarship Award to Hunter Chapin.
He's a good dude. He's a good guy to hang around with, just like Ethan. Him and Ethan are very similar but very different. Hunter's a very happy guy. He's fun to be around. Always down to do whatever. He's a yes man. See Hunter up on the stage holding the plaque, knowing that he's getting that $5,000. He's bringing home that first scholarship. It meant a lot to him. I know it meant a lot to his family. It also meant a lot to our whole chapter.
Right, that's why at your latest party you had some dude dressed up with fake blood going all over his neck and his cheek, and he had BK written on him in an orange jumpsuit. I wonder what Hunter thought about that. My ass, man. My ass.
And ended up being $125,000, $5,000 every year for the rest of Sigma Chi Gamma Eta's existence.
These donations sent, the message was a message of peace and love from around the hemisphere, even from people who didn't know the family.
I know to just live life like Ethan, be positive, do fun stuff, always be making jokes, have a smile on your face. That's the kind of thing I want the next generation of people at Sigma Chi in general just to know.
Now, how does this community move forward? How do they move past the tragic events from a year ago, but never forget the 4 University of Idaho students?
Oh, this.
So the Healing Garden and Memorial, of course, came about after the events of last November.
The Healing Garden.
But the idea for the project is larger than that. So the Healing Garden will be a place where we can go to.
Yeah, it is larger than that. They're asking for a whole shit ton of donations for that too when it's going in on the University of Idaho's campus. This garden. If you guys haven't seen the local interview where they're walking around talking to him about the garden and all this other stuff, what a scam. It's disgusting.
Remember all of the students that we have lost here at the university. Unfortunately, we do lose a number of students each year. And so the garden itself is bigger. Within that larger garden will be a memorial specifically for the 4 that were killed last November.
They don't have a picture of it yet. They don't even have a drawing. They don't even have a drawing.
It's really a student-driven project, and they have been meeting weekly for months now to decide what this could be, how they could move it forward, and to really work on the fundraising piece of this. And then our students within the College of Art and Architecture have taken it on as a class project this semester to come up with ideas of what this could look like. The support for our Vandal community has been incredible. In the last year, we have seen outpouring of support beyond anything we could ever imagine. You know, the unfortunate circumstances of what brought us together is beyond comprehension, but really to see the outpouring of support in notes, love, other sorts of support, as well as financial support, has just been incredible. And to watch our students really rally around each other, the student-driven project is a really great example of that. We're really looking at an area kind of down by the mall, but not directly in the main flow of traffic. So we're hoping that that will be a great spot for our students to be able to go and reflect and use this space in an area that's easy to access, but also is a little bit more private and secluded so that they can remember.
What's up, Julianne? Thank you for hopping in. It's not. It's not. This is the highest the volume can be. I even turned down my music.
To just have that place to go and remember and think about the bright spots that they were in our lives, I think will be a legacy that lasts beyond any of us here. And it's been really incredible to watch the students who are in the design process really understand that and embrace that and know that what they're building is for those students for generations to come.
What a scam.
So what's next for our community here on the Palouse? Well, Brian Koberger and his defense team will take each of their filings to court before the case can officially go to trial. In the meantime, the communities of Pullman and Moscow are trying to find a new sense of normal, though not everyone will feel the same way. We want to thank all of those who participated in making this program and for everyone tuning in. From our team at Monroe News 8, thank you and good night.
Great program. I will share that video again. Definitely save it to your playlist. That's Washington State University's local, their own station, their own news. So definitely add that to your playlist. That's a great video. I'm going to go into a couple things here real quick as well, yes. Money. I wonder what Hunter felt about that, when it comes to the whole, the brotherhood, we're all riding with him. That's disgusting. And then I want to show this. This talks more about that garden. It's a joke. It goes along with this University of Idaho Phoenix deal. It's a scam. Just listen to this. Just listen to this.
Goes on. And the focus is now on healing.
This was a site that a lot of students really like because it's kind of quiet here and it's peaceful.
This is all that they can give you is basically a picture of this yard.
Major part of that healing is this open space on campus.
I knew that we'd have to create some sort of memorial to remember these 4 bright souls that we lost. And so we started and created a Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial.
Fuzzy picture with a leaf where it's going to possibly be. And you realize that you needed to do something like that. And it's a year later, and this is as far as you got.
It's a quiet, secluded place nestled up against the trees. And we have our students in the College of Art and Architecture that are leading the way with what a design can look like.
That's what they have so far.
Art and Architecture leading the
Nothing,
way with
nothing against the students. It's the school.
what a design can look like for that. I'm really excited to see what the students are going to do with it.
The Vandal Healing Garden.
So it's just a big lot. It's on the university's campus, and yet it's another donation grab.
And memorial is still in the early phases, but donations are coming in.
To date, we've raised over $200,000, $219,000 that will go towards the Vandal Healing Garden and Memorial.
Over $200,000 so far.
So we're always looking for.
Oh, there's a picture. Sand and a rock. Okay.
Great donations and opportunities for folks to help us.
Yeah.
Create a space where our Vandal family can come together and heal and grieve in support of one another.
Thousands of those dollars raised by students. Remember these Vandal Strong bracelets?
Raised by students.
With the name of the 4 victims, they were sold to support this memorial.
Yeah, the bracelets, again, a student-led initiative, which they did phenomenal. They raised over, I think, $25,000. I'm actually wearing one of the bracelets right here.
But Eccles acknowledges there is one thing that remains near campus, something that makes it hard to heal, and you can see it from almost every direction. The now boarded up King Road house, the scene of the crime.
It is an impact on our students. You know, it's a constant daily reminder for them, and that's a hardship as well.
Some of the families want it left alone until the trial is over. But at the beginning of this month, investigators once again visited the house. Since there's no date set for the Kohberger trial, they wanted more time to examine the house and to build a model of it.
We're evaluating as the situation goes and seeing what happens on the court side too. At the moment, there aren't any plans underway to do anything with the house. President Green is just being very sensitive to the needs and the concerns of the family, but we also have a responsibility to our community too.
On the year anniversary, there will be a special student-led vigil.
Yeah.
At the U of I to remember these beloved Vandals taken from this.
It's so
community.
sad. They're
Only
using.
Students are going to be speaking at this vigil. It'll be at 6 o'clock on Monday, the 13th of November, and it's going to be open for anyone to join and participate.
PR, 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 PR. U of I president subpoenaed in Phoenix lawsuit. October 15th, 2023. Here is the University of Idaho's Twitter. And we're not going to do it today, but just take a scroll and see all the donation things they have set up, all the donations. You just take a scroll and you'll you'll see 800,000 here, 200,000 here, 65 here. In recognition of leadership in the collaborative spirit between University of Idaho and Idaho State Police, President Green was gifted a photo of an ISP cruiser in front of our administrative building during a snowfall during the big game during Parent Family Weekend. You think he's that damn happy about getting that photo? Ticket number 72. Thank you, Lynn. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. Do you think he is that happy about getting that damn photo? Do you think it got tossed in the trash as soon as he walked in his office? It's just all so fake. House of Cards type shit, you know? All right. I'm going to go to a channel we just checked out a couple episodes ago that we came across here recently. And there's a couple interesting videos that they made a while back talking about the fraternity stuff. I want to share them real quick. Casper West. We checked him out on the last show for the first time. And this has some stuff to do with the fraternities, and it's a two-parter. Here, hold on one second. I gotta flip it around. What the sorority is hiding. What the heck? All right, so this is part one about the sororities. We talk about the sororities. We talked about how much power the sororities have. We did the members only. If you remember, go check out the Sigma Chi episodes we did. We talk about all the hierarchy, the levels. We even showed a video that the university itself, the fraternity itself created based off of how they were founded as a fraternity. Very, very interesting. They have their own power within themselves. But it's like I've been saying here and what I've been stressing here with a lot of this stuff with the other deals and things that are going on is that this university has a crazy amount of power. And I feel like they even have power over Ellie. Up until a couple weeks ago, I always thought that Ellie had a fumbaloo when it came to telling the community that there was no reason to worry. When they initially came out and said it was an isolated situation, the community didn't have any reason to worry. Now, the last couple weeks, after I've started to realize the amount of power that the university has over that whole community, now it makes sense why Ellie came out and said that they didn't have any reason to worry is because President Scott Green already had his students on a vandal alert shelter in place where they were literally kept inside buildings that they were at when the shelter in place went out. And the last thing he wanted to do was scare his students where they didn't want to come back. And I think that's why Ellie initially first came out and said that the community didn't have to worry, because I think they got pressure from Scott Green to say that so he could let the students go. Otherwise, think about it. If they would have came out and said that the community was at risk, the shelter in place wasn't going to be lifted. the students, hell, they could have been in the lunchroom at the time, and they would have had to continue to remain in the lunchroom. So I think there was a lot of pressure when it comes to the university. The easiest threat that they could make is, look, our students support and create the flow of financials that you need in order to succeed. If it wasn't for our business, you wouldn't exist. That's why they're so scared about enrollment. Plus the amount of funding that they get. It all depends on enrollment as well. Now, the frats, yeah, they have their own powers, obviously. Think about it. It's like, who in the hell got called to come over to the house before first responders? There's obviously some power there. The whole fight that took place, I don't think it's a coincidence it happened the same night that the crimes did. I've always questioned that damn fight. This is Casper West.
Who does live here?
This is a Casper West video. Definitely go. I'll share the link to this video as well. And then definitely go like and sub if you're not sub.
What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street. I just came over. I haven't drank and drive.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with that.
I don't know.
I guarantee you they're associated with the sorority. As many of them are living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play dumb games with me. I would rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that and the students and playing all these stupid fucking games. All I want to do is deal with the noise complaint. Because I guarantee you there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
Do you want us to try and get a name or a phone number
if you could
call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is like the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that, seeing the students and playing all these stupid fucking games. Do you also?
Now, why would?
Yeah, they just rather make it a noise complaint and not report it. You know,
a law enforcement officer threatened a group of students with a call to the Greek council. I
Right,
had to
Julian?
really deep dive into this, guys, and you wouldn't believe what I found out. The end of this video will reveal everything you need to know. Please like the video, comment down below, and thank you for watching.
She'd known since like 10. Julian and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Julian saw them out the window. They're not
allowed to smile. We also were not allowed to tell sisters no if they told us to do something. None of these rules were in place to keep us safe. They were all in place to manipulate us, control us, and just have total power over us. Found stabbed to death with no signs of forced entry. The victims were identified as 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzalez, 21-year-old Madison Logan, 20-year-old Xana Carnodal, and 20-year-old Ethan Cheapin. All 4 were members of sororities or fraternity.
that can be difficult on people's emotions. Also, particularly with sororities who consider themselves like top tier at the school, are very like selective and like prejudgy. So like if you're a top tier sorority, they might be like, oh well, we only want tall, skinny blondes. So like if you don't fit that, then sorry, like we're gonna pre-cut you. And they don't say that they do this, but everybody knows that they do. Like, you can just look at who they bring back and know that they do that. So I just think that's kind of wrong. Like, I don't think it should be based on physical appearance or like major or anything. Like, you want your sorority to be like a diverse group of people, you would think, but apparently not.
The fraternities as we know it today first began in the United States in the early 1700s. They now exist at more than 800 universities across the United States and Canada. According to Fringe Media, fraternities are known as a Greek system with 2 to 3 letters representing their motto. However, it is an accepted fact that the Greek system is largely modeled on the structure of Freemasonry. Although today they emphasize the positive aspects of being in a fraternity, such as claims of enhancing your communication skills, more professional person all around, or even teach you business and accountancy skills, and last but not least, character building and personal development. Movies and college culture make it look nice. Critics argue that that's just PR to recruit more members. However, there's a dark side: the rituals, the initiation process, the recruitment, and the weird ranking system of each of its members. Rollo said of Sigma Kappa, it's the ultimate.
There's so many different titles and ranks and hierarchy. That alone gets confusing when you're digging into it. You're like, what the hell? You got set primaries and secondaries and this and that. And this is, it's like, I can't imagine. Can't imagine trying to keep all that straight. All them different titles. It's ridiculous. You know, and when it comes to this boat shit, when it comes to if you've been around and we talked about the grub truck, and I've always talked about the group that you would hear on the Twitch stream that would sit there and try and pay for females' orders just because they're cute, typing out things so the little speaker box next to where you order the food is you can hear what's being donated and typed out with an AI voice from the person that is donating it. You don't even know if the person that just donated the food or bought the food is sitting right around the corner. Like, they're literally sitting there watching you on a screen. And as you're watching the grub truck, you can hear one person, upright depressed, talk about how he's not going to fail 2 times in one night. All this weird shit. That group that I'm talking about is the same group that owns boats like this, that owns other boats. That's the same kind of group that also is a booster, that also donates funds to the university. That group is mixed in with the higher ups over there. I have to be careful what I say, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
Or even teach you business and accountancy skills, and last but not least, character building and personal development. Movies and college culture make it look nice. Critics argue that that's just PR to recruit more members. However, there's a dark side: the rituals, the initiation process, the recruitment, and the weird ranking system of each of its members. Rollo said of Sigma Kappa, it's the ultimate way to put women against one another.
You pretend not to know about the toxicity of Greek life, specifically sorority rush. I found this email from when I was in Greek life. It was the ranking, how we were supposed to rank for rush. So when a girl that we were rushing, you have a 5-minute conversation with her. Then you have to rank her 1 out of 4. 1, she's never coming back. 4, she's great. Based on a 5-minute conversation. Makes sense, right? That's totally fair.
Kaylee was a part of the Alpha Phi, and Xana, Maddie, and Bethany was a part of the Pi Beta Phi. These are some top tier groups, but also have a reputation of being fake according to our location. Many have a reputation of body image issues. I'm not quite sure which fraternity or sorority Dylan belonged to, but in order to live in the sorority houses, you are required to be a part of one. During the memorial, Bethany Funk referenced Morgan as a big. That's sorority phraseology for big sister. A big sister would have to be an initiated sorority woman who acts as a mentor to you. They are matched with their big during the new member period, which takes place before initiation. The big calls the new member little or little sister, which Bethany was recently accepted as a little in 2021. Many of these sorority girls aren't actual friends. They're just acting like it for their group. It's like a job in a way. You can even get paired up with a complete stranger and have to call them big or little sister.
Right. It's completely political. It's like I said when we went into the Sigma Chi stuff. It's almost like, you know, they got the minor leagues for the baseball and basketball professions. It's like the minor leagues of the political system. It's getting you prepared for politics in the politic world. It's totally set up politically, but it's like a minor league of politics.
Or even live with them. Even times they will make you dye your hair so that you can fit in as a quote unquote pretty girl. So what's the sorority initiation, you ask? It's very vague and very secretive, where even author John Avevia, who wrote the novel Sorority, called the Greek system toxic, but says you will never get her to confess to her rituals, not even if you pay. She also stated that there's a fight between the women to keep that status once you complete the initiation, sometimes at the expense of your sanity or your health. The young woman in her novel,
What do you guys want to watch the video of it? I mean, I'll show you it. I don't know what to say about it though. But here, I'll show you guys real quick. I was gonna show you, but I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. Oh, never mind. It was taken down. Hold on. It's got to be out there. Here, let me play this. It's got to be out there again. It was on Twitter. It's a TikTok video or
fantasized about committing violence against each other and often carried out with those fantasies. However, I did some digging and found some people, including content creator Eli Rollo, who shared their experiences.
Because they were giving out flyers. The girl who gave me the flyer, she was super nice. She was like, who are you? What are you into? Maybe you'd be a good fit for our sorority. We're going to have a party tonight. This is like the week to do it. We're rushing this week. I went to 3 events. The first 2 were just like parties and mixers. The last party of like the whole rushing, I felt actually really happy going into it. I thought I had like a pretty good chance of like being included in the sorority. I was going to the party, and when I got there, it was actually held at a fraternity house. People were just like mixing and mingling. There was a lot of people, and then all the girls that were rushing for the sorority had to huddle up, and like the president of the sorority, I guess, she told us, so this is your last, way to show your loyalty to us. And we were all like looking at each other like, okay, what's going on? And she said, we want you guys to take off your clothes and get in the pool. And I was like, what?
Dues when you don't live in the house are like $700, which is also like, what the f- you're paying for friends.
The experience is bad. There can be good that comes out of it, but I believe that the system as a whole is corrupt.
There are over 750,000 fraternities and sororities and more than 9 million alumni. Greek life on campus has come under fire recently for contributing to campus grape, hazing deaths, and more.
A whole bunch, and specifically in the Washington area over there, they are having issues when it comes to those kind of things. It's been a problem. You even have a mother of one of the victims actually setting something up to get some kind of like laws set and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on over there. This is the video. And here, I'll go ahead and drop my Twitter in there if you're not following me on Twitter. Go ahead. This is a video. I mean, okay, so she's drinking and they're partying or something. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't. Is it? I don't know. Poor taste? No, I don't. I don't know. I'll hear what Harsh has to say about it, but I mean, I don't know. What was she supposed to be doing? You know, sitting at home alone and like in complete silence. I don't know. I don't see what's up. What's too bad about it? But okay. I don't think it's poor taste.
Okay, on my side. They stare because they know I'm the ITTIR.
See, it's just a music little video where they're dancing. And then you got some pictures and stuff where they're at a party or whatever, but it's nothing. And shout out Lindsay. I appreciate her hard work on Twitter as well. Hopefully, more people start talking about this University of Idaho Phoenix deal. It was a bunch of bullshit and it's a scam. But I don't know. I don't really. We'll see what Harsh has to say after we watch these sorority videos. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it bad? I mean, I don't think so. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't see any. I don't see. Yeah. I mean, what is she supposed to? You know. Yeah. I don't know.
Went into cardiac arrest from alcohol poisoning. In the video shared with us by the Santuli's attorney, David Bianchi, you can see Danny fall over. He later slides off this couch onto his head.
They don't know what to do. They're afraid to call 911, so they don't. And they pick him up. They drop him on his head. Surveillance video, you
Oh
would think,
yeah, that's
would
right.
incentivize these guys not to do this stuff. But they do it anyway.
Danny today, wheelchair bound from permanent brain damage.
With some former members stating that the investigation is done by the National Board.
Because they didn't know what to do, so they picked him up and dropped him on his head and made it and told people he fell down the stairs. But he lived. He was just fucking drunk. I mean,
and are the same people who dictate the decisions of your concerns, even with some college kids controlling the finances upwards to even above $1 million.
Organizations are technically run by college kids. They have alum who oversee things, but quite literally, guys, you have like a sophomore who might be managing millions of dollars of the house money.
When I was 19 years old, I was given access to several bank accounts with millions of dollars in them. We would throw an $80,000 party on a Tuesday. Like, not a problem. I used to walk around campus with checks for like $500,000 in my backpack. Like, I'm just bopping around the clock.
New recruits are told to wear certain clothes that don't show sweat, recommended by the APA. They're also not allowed to bring in cell phones or bags when they attend these parties, and often they leave them on the sidewalk or the grass outside of their homes. With one woman beginning to read on her cell phone and was punished for violating the rules and being dismissed from ever joining the sorority again. A top-tier recruitment sorority even rejected girls because they were ranked ugly and was even preventing their own sorority sisters from talking to them. Many sorority women had experiences of having their drinks or food drugged by their own sorority sisters.
And so my best friend is like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, no, honestly, I don't know what's going on. I don't feel good. I feel like really messed up. She's like, did you drink other drinks? I was like, no, I only had the same drink that me and you got together. And she was like, okay, like, let's leave. I was like, yeah, please. Like, I think I need to call my ex-boyfriend at the time and I want to go home. So we leave, we go next door to Jimmy John's. And then we like call my ex-boyfriend to come pick me up. Picks me up, takes me home. I'm sick as hell all night, throwing up. I'm awake all night. I feel horrible. This is also one drink. Obviously, at this point, we kind of all knew that I had been drugged. Obviously, one drink would not do that to anybody. So I'm texting at 4 a.m. the girl that's in charge of the event attendance and all that, right? I can't remember their names, titles, all I don't know. So I text her and I'm like, hey, I explained the situation to her. I'm like, hey, I went to happy hour and I got drugged and I'm extremely sick. I won't be able to attend this event at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And I just wanted to give you a heads up. Meanwhile, I just want to let it be known that I never miss any event. And I worked 3 jobs and I never missed any event. You know what she did? You know what her response was? Oh, I'm sorry, because you didn't submit your request in time and it seems like you just went out drinking and got drunk. We're still gonna have to find you.
Meanwhile, according to sources,
Come on, StreamYard. What is going on?
many people have criticized her, including Michael Baden, saying you could learn a great deal from the toxicology, such as where they were before their death and if drugs could have caused them to sleep during the encounter.
Yeah, and that interview was a joke.
During the night of the murders, after the Idaho suspect allegedly left the scene, allegedly multiple fraternity people were called to the home. According to a video from Chronicles of Olivia, Kim, a mom of a student that attended Washington State University, had friends and a roommate close to the situation. She claimed that her daughter knew the details of the incident at 10 a.m. that day, with locals claiming that their kids were at the residence as early as 8 a.m. She also stated that there were 3 people, 2 inside and 1 on the lookout, and that BK did not act alone. Police wasn't called until 11:58.
The incident on 1122 King Road.
She knew. She'd known since 10. Dylan and Bethany were in the downstairs room. Dylan saw that.
If this is true, why wouldn't police be called as soon as possible? That would also mean that the initial statement of waking up 8 hours later wouldn't be true because they allegedly summoned friends to the residence 3 hours after the murder. Also, if there were other people there, how come the 911 call was for an unconscious person when the house reeked of blood and there was allegedly blood oozing outside of the home? Now, remember, the students were threatened by police that he will call the Greek Council. Idaho constitutional IFC bylaws state each member shall prohibit the use of alcohol and drugs by all initiated members, new members, and potential members during all recruitment activities, including but not limited to bid day events, Big Brother events, and initiation-related activities. The Judicial Board also stated that to address issues and solve problems before others intervene, the IFC must have a robust peer governance that addresses violations of IFC policies. Also goes on to say, IFC is a self-governing organization with an independent judicial board which shall have jurisdiction over cases involving alleged members' chapter violations. Now, self-governing is the ability for a person to exercise all necessary functions of regulation without intervention, meaning things have to go through them first. Out of 10 sororities recognized at the University of Idaho, Alpha Phi and Pi Beta Phi are the only 2 listed on probation for violations regarding risk management, alcohol and drugs, and hazing. These are the same organizations that the Idaho victims belong to. Now, this was shocking. Kaylee posted on Facebook looking for a roommate in the Austin, Texas area who would like to move in with her from February to June. She also stated that she wasn't familiar with the Austin area. This post was posted a month before her murder. Did Kaylee know something that we didn't know? Why was she trying to leave the house in Idaho with her roommates?
Because she was going to be graduating the Monday after she came back. The day after the crimes took place, she was going to be graduating. Wow, that's crazy, Lynn. Sinead, we've had Kim on the show. There's just some stuff that doesn't match up. That's all.
Also, if you watch one of my last videos, I did a virtual tour through the house. Police found a van-style footprint that belonged to the suspect.
We're not at the water coolers, so we don't truly know. I'm just,
Authorities stated that the van-style shoes worn at the time of Koberger walk into the courthouse cannot be the same shoes left on the footprint. Many people are speculating because there were other people in that house with vans. What do you guys think? This is some strange stuff, and I want the answers to this case. What do you think about the...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she was sleuthing. You know what I'm saying? Who says she wasn't? That's another thing. When you look into the background of the property, That's another thing. Like, who says she wasn't looking into the background of 1122? I mean, hell, we were doing shows on it, looking into it in the beginning of the year. And there's a lot. So who knows? Maybe that's too bad. See, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what is she supposed to do? Like, be a recluse? I don't. So what if she's partying or whatever? All right. Let me see here. We're gonna switch to the next one. And this is the part 2 about the power. And then we'll switch to that harsh episode real quick.
There's millions of alumni walking amongst us every day. They'll smile in your face,
Shout
joke
out
with you,
Casper West.
and may even be in your own family, but they'll hold on to their secrets. You'll never know what the next person is actually thinking until they lift their voices. Whether you are in college or have family members in college, they deserve to know the truth before making a decision. Please be that voice and like and share this video. And remember, you are not alone.
And please be the voice to share the damn University of Idaho Phoenix deal and how much of a frickin' scam it is. Please. I need to make. Would you guys be interested if like I put together, like, because we talked about it on like 4 or 5 shows. Would you guys be interested if I took the clips of those times we just talked about the university deal, and then I just clipped it all together into one big show, and I just sat back with you guys and chat? Let me know if you guys would want me to do that or not for like a live, where I'll clip every part we did talk about it the last few shows and just make it one frickin' video, man. It's so scary. So scary when you think about how much of a scam it is, and it's just going to go belly up. They're going to end up paying more in legal fees than they are when it comes to paying for the business itself. It's crazy. And the fact that the university can just go like this and wipe their hands clean for $10 million a year, like it's only going to cost them $10 million a year to wipe their damn hands clean if the thing goes belly up. And all the people that bought stocks and bonds, or I should say bonds, are going to be out of their frickin' money. They're purchasing something hoping to get a return on it, even if it is interest minimal. At least it's interest. They're expecting to at least get interest. They're doing it because it's the community, and they're doing it because they're thinking they're helping out. And then what's going to happen is all of those people are going to be paying $50 for this, and then it's going to be worth 50 cents. And the university just gets to go like this for $10 million. It's horrible. Yeah, we'll get into that harsh
Students
video.
at University of Idaho were left with an unsettling discovery. Dead coyotes were left at the doors of several sororities and fraternities, including here at Pi Kappa Phi.
1:34 in the afternoon Sunday when Pullman paramedics received this call.
Paging Pullman ambulance for an unattended death, 624 Northeast Cooper Way, all 613.
They found 19-year-old Luke Tyler unresponsive in a dorm room. Paramedics unable to revive him.
Pullman Fire Unit, we are attempting CPR at this time.
Tributes are pouring out for the WSU student, friends describing him as kind and sincere, the life of the group. WSU police are investigating the death, and Chief Gary Jenkins tells KREM 2 at this point they do not suspect foul play and have not applied for a search warrant for the 19-year-old's dorm room and personal belongings. We don't know who discovered the body or called 911.
Years since Clemson student Tucker Hibbs died after going on an early morning pledge run with his fraternity. The coroner says he died from a head injury after falling from a bridge. And his parents, Cindy and Gary, believe that it was hazing that was involved, and they feel criminal charges should be coming. But those have never been filed because no one has come forward after all of this time.
The town of Moscow, Idaho is home to over 25,000 residents and students. It's a town full of parks, arts, small businesses, and the main source of its revenue comes from the University of Idaho. According to reports, it's ranked number 1.
The main source. So you don't think that holds power in the community? That's why I'm saying they run that shit. You wouldn't exist without us. Pat's Tire Service.
Comes from the University of Idaho. According to reports, it's ranked number 1 and accounts for 27% of total county employment, while the second-ranked employer is a medical center at just 4%.
See what I'm saying? And look at what's next. Gritman Medical Center. Gritman's tied in with that too. Then you got Moscow School District. Then you got Walmart. That's a damning picture right there. That's some good stuff, Casper West. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. Look at those numbers. I'm not bullshitting. That's some numbers right there. Shout out, Casper. They run that motherfucker.
7% of total county employment, while the second-ranked employer is a medical center at just 4%. However, the University of Idaho refused to disclose the amount of money they received from the Greek Alumni Association. The small businesses in the area also rely on the college traffic to keep their businesses afloat. According to an investment analysis for Idaho State Board of Education, they demonstrated that colleges and universities are a strong investment for all 3 major stakeholders: student, taxpayer, and social perspectives. In order to attend the university, you have to pay for tuition, fees, books, and supplies, and will have to take out loans and pay interest on those same loans, totaling the amount of $997 million in the fiscal year of 2019 to 2020.
And that was 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. They had record attendance last year.
Totaling the amount of $997 million in the fiscal year of 2019 to 2020. In return for their investment, they are told that they will receive a stream of higher earnings that will flourish in the future. However, the majority of college kids today are struggling financially due to student loan debt and looking for affordable rent. Many are forced to move back in with their parents and are called boomerang kids. A boomerang kid is someone who leaves home to go to college, then comes right back home. Even one psychotherapist, Stacy, saying, "I'm seeing more of that than ever before." A full-time student in Idaho, cost of attending college in state is $8,396, and out of state is $27,632. Now, if you join a sorority, that will be an extra $3,900 per semester and $3,400 for fraternities per semester for tuition. Then you are required to live in the sorority house, which is an extra $3,700 to $5,700 per semester. So at a minimum, you are paying an extra $7,600 for Greek life, not counting the fees and hidden costs such as ticketing, clothing, transportation, food and alcohol, sorority clothing colors, shopping to maintain your appearance as per sorority standards, and more. Fines are split into 2 categories: general fines and alcohol fines. It's almost like they're expecting to make money off you drinking. General fines are failing to keep up to date with health and safety programs, meetings, and scheduling. The alcohol fines range from $25 to $1,000 for each container that contains alcohol on any chapter property. Within the IFC risk management policy, each chapter is allowed 20 wet events per semester. Wet events are defined as any event where alcohol is present. Dry events are events without alcohol. Now, there are currently 29 chapters at the University of Idaho. I broke it down, and that would mean each student is allowed to attend 5.5 parties a day in a given 16-week semester. It seems to me that they party a lot, which could explain many of the noise complaints and alcohol on the body cam footage. It's prohibited for sororities to have alcohol at a party, and the only way they can organize a party is through the fraternity. Therefore, they need a man to approve it before throwing the party. In the event that the fraternity declines their request to host the party, the sororities are still allowed to go to a party and drink alcohol since they're not technically hosting it. According to the Pan-Hellenic Council Crisis Plan, in the event there's a death in the community, it states that chapters do not announce the death until you have coordinated a plan of action with your chapter advisor and the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life. The plan.
Wow. Shout out Casper West. Do not announce. Do not announce the passing until you have coordinated a plan of action with your chapter advisor and the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life. Be extremely careful. It is not announced until all members of the immediate family are notified. Plan of action needs to include meeting to inform chapter of loss, how it will be shared with the rest of the community following the chapter meeting, how resources will be provided to members in grieving, including but not limited to an on-call, on-campus counselor, 24-hour crisis hotline number, group counseling, counseling and testing center already provided resources. 2. Check to see if your ritual contains a ceremony for memorial services. 3. If the member lived in the house, do not remove any of the deceased student's personal possessions. If the member had a roommate, the roommate shall be moved temporarily to another room. Oh, okay. Continually check on members. Their first experience dealing with grief. Plan a local memorial service to celebrate the member and help the community process the circumstances. Whoa. You have to. So do not announce until you have coordinated a plan of action. In the plan of action, it includes you need to discuss and determine how it will be shared with the rest of the community. Is that the delay? Is that the delay? Is the delay? Holy shit. That's the delay. I bet you the Sigma Chi president wasn't awake. And they had to wait till he was awake and was informed to be able to contact first responders. That's why there was a delay. They couldn't say shit. And I'm wondering if it's because the president was still asleep and they couldn't wake him up. And they can't move on until the president knows, right? The president has to know. They can't do nothing until the president allegedly. They can't do nothing until the president knows. Of course, it's speculation. But that makes sense. Nothing else made sense. This whole 8-hour gap. This right here. Do not announce the passing until you have coordinated a plan of action with your chapter advisor and the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life. Be extremely careful. It is not announced until all members of the immediate family are notified. The president goes before those, the advisor and fraternity. The plan of action needs to include before. The plan of action needs to include meeting to inform chapter of laws. You're waiting on the president. The president won't wake up because he's passed out, drunk as shit from the party the night before. And they're shaking him and he's not waking up and he's just sitting there snoring. They don't know what to do. How it will be shared, they need to determine before. They need to check their ritual to see if it contains a ceremony for memorial services. But you do not announce until you have coordinated a plan of action. That's the delay. Yeah, it's speculation. But what the hell else would it be? What else makes sense than the president of Sigma Chi couldn't be notified because he couldn't be woken up, and that's why they had to wait. That's why they had to wait. Wow. Don't announce shit until you have a coordinated plan of action. That's the only thing that makes sense. What else could it be? Like, seriously. The shock never made sense. The fact that you were sleeping doesn't make sense. The fact that you didn't know what was going on doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense except this. Speculation. The president couldn't be woken up. The president had to know before they said anything. There's your delay. There's your delay. Why do you think the fraternity's been quiet? Do you think the president would want to come out and say, yeah, I'm sorry. It's part of our rules here that, I'm supposed to be notified. Nobody could wake me up. We needed, right, Devil Dog? We needed time to sort out a plan. Wow. That would make sense why students knew about it multiple hours before first responders were called, because they had to have the time to make up a frickin' plan of action. Wow. That's why they didn't say nothing. That's why they haven't said nothing. It wasn't because of all these crazy ass theories. The 8-hour delay is because of what's on this paper right here. Wow. Oh, shit. It's the only thing that makes sense. Shout out Casper West.
Plan of action needs to include meeting to inform chapter of laws, how it will be shared with the rest of the community following the chapter meeting, then goes on to say how resources such as counseling will be provided. Could this explain the roommate's behavior for calling the fraternity before calling police?
Yeah.
Also, when the murders happened, many kids were fleeing the campus. According to the school's president, Scott Green, they feared for their safety. Could this also explain the pressure to grab someone up for?
Of course, they feared for their safety, and they told them all to go home. And yes, you're asking the right questions, man. Yeah, this was a reason why there was a quick frickin' arrest.
Murder prematurely for the sake of keeping the town afloat. Being that the major source of revenue is from the college, that idea doesn't seem too far-fetched. Now, Steve Gonzalez stated that it seemed like they were trying to suppress the story. Why would they want to suppress a story? Could it be that they're more concerned about the town than justice for the 4 victims? What could that mean for how they are handling the case?
Investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. Where does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen, and those people are like lawyers, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets.
Now, there was an associate dean of students named Craig who was employed for 5 years at the University of Idaho from 2010 to 2015. Once the present dean of students retired early, the associate Craig was promoted to the position in 2015. Now, the dean of students' job is to provide safety and support to students, student housing, fraternities, and sororities. However, after 3 months in the position, he quit. Craig stated that the safety of our students is a primary concern of the Dean of Students' office, and not being able to address concerns through already established policies and agreements takes away the effectiveness of what this office can do. According to the students attending the University of Idaho, some described Craig as a person that's willing to go the extra mile, while other students demanded that the former Dean of Students come out of retirement. Now, according to faculty salaries, the dean makes $196,476 a year. What would make the dean of students resign and give up a job making 6 times the average income?
Wow.
Just prior to his resignation, sanctions were brought up against one of the fraternities for hazing allegations that were dropped. Are these organizations really untouchable? Who's giving them the power to be able to get away with this? On September 2015, Clemson University suspended all fraternity activity after a sophomore named Tucker Hill fell from a bridge to his death during what his parents say was a hazing ritual. Tucker was allegedly forced to jump over the bridge and swim to shore because he didn't bring them McDonald's biscuits. The family filed a lawsuit for $25 million, but only got $250,000 from the school's insurance and had to pay most of that cash in lawyer fees. The vice president of student affairs, Gail DeSabatino, who pushed to have the fraternity activity suspended, was suddenly replaced without explanation. She served as the student affairs vice president for 8 years. In response to her departure, fraternity members on campus sang "Ding Dong, the witch is dead." Clemson's university president said in a statement, "We appreciate Gail's 8 years of service to Clemson and wish her the best in the future." Today, the parents of Tucker Hips is still searching for the truth. When Clemson previously discussed the ban in 2010, Greek alumni allegedly emailed the university saying the suspension would jeopardize donations to the university. They even made similar threats when recent proposals went out to require students to live in residence halls rather than Greek houses. How much are they actually donating to these colleges? Are these same donations
Right. The donations, the funding, the donations that the colleges brings in for all these different programs, the donations that the Rock Garden brought in alone, that's going on the university's own property. They're not paying anybody to come build it. Who do you think's going to build it? The building of it's going to be donated. The shrubbery is going to be donated. The sand is going to be donated. The equipment's going to be donated. Everything's going to be donated. It's a joke.
Nations influencing these colleges' decisions. Now let's go back to Idaho. Upon checking,
and then they're going to ask you for more money for this fucking University of Idaho Phoenix. It's I hope more people they're trying to get this thing done at the beginning of next year. I don't know. We might just have a month and a week. You know, that might be it. They said that they weren't going to demo this house during the semester. I feel like they're going to demo this house coming up here in a couple weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get this damn thing slid through as quick as they can, because hell, he just got subpoenaed in October. Like, there's so many people saying you need to question this, you need to question this, and they're just saying, trust us, all the money you could have. Like I said, it's that damn key that you can maybe. This key could start this Grand Cherokee. All you have to do is listen to 2 hours of a timeshare. This key could start the Grand Cherokee. You're going to, and people they're already donating. It's like they just keep, give us money, 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 give us money. Yeah, this is Casper West's channel. This is the part 2. And here's the link to this video as well. Shout out Casper West. I'm glad I ran into that I think it was last week, something like that. Or a few days ago, maybe. It wasn't long ago. Who says they deserve a pass, Blue Flame? I don't think anybody.
in the Moscow, Idaho police call logs. On the day of the murders, there was a call for a complaint of an unconscious person at 11:56 a.m. However, earlier that day, there were also multiple drug calls within a mile of the home, with even one person blaring loud music and shooting a shotgun. Reports were not taken by MPD for that one. The entire vicinity is surrounded by
shooting off a shotgun. No report. No report.
Drugs, frats, and sororities. Why do you guys think it took the roommates 8 hours to call the police? Why didn't they perform the toxicology report on the victims? Especially when the taxi driver said the home is a known drug house and the call logs support this claim. Whatever it is, similar to the other stories that you have heard here, I send my condolences to all of the students who died in this case. There are secrets that are being kept that need to be revealed. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Peace.
Oh, cool. There's going to be a number 3. Oh, there is one or what? I didn't see one. I didn't see a number 3. Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's check out this one too. These are good videos. Shout out.
There are
Casper
plenty of
West.
suspicions involving Greek organizations. I had to really deep dive into this, guys, and you wouldn't believe what I found out.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Here's the link for this video as well. I didn't realize there was a part 3, so we're going to check that one out too. Yeah, here you go. There's part 3 as well. And definitely go sub if you're not. Shout out.
By the end of this video, you'll be able to connect some of the dots in this case. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Enjoy.
Oh.
Second time in 3 weeks, students at University of Idaho were left with an unsettling discovery. Dead coyotes were left at the doors of several sororities and fraternities, including here at Pi Kappa Phi. The president of this fraternity says these coyote killings were pretty gruesome. The coyote's body was mangled, and he says the sorority across the street got it even worse.
Once upon a time, a few years ago, I was in your shoes, didn't think I'd ever know
Oh, Scarlett.
where I belong, where I belong. But then I found right out, and everything was clear. I knew true sisterhood was soon to be near. I found it, I found it, I found it.
I thought this was a safe town based on the mainstream media and the stats recorded on the low murder rate within the last 15 years. However, I stumbled upon a terrifying pattern based on previous cases that seem to have led up to recent events. Now let's go back in time. On August 19, 1993, an 18-year-old University of Idaho student named Regina was recently notified of her acceptance to the Alpha Phi sorority. She was allegedly invited to attend a house party sponsored by campus fraternities. Her guardian angel, which is a senior sorority member, was supposed to go with her, but she let her know that she wouldn't hang out with her that night. Once she arrived at the party, she was allegedly served beer, whiskey, and mixed hard alcohol. She did not have identification, nor was she asked to provide it. She was then so intoxicated that she was escorted home by a sorority sister to be put to bed. Later on that night, they found her in the bushes after allegedly falling from a third-floor window. She tried suing the Beta Theta Pi fraternity, but the case was dismissed, saying the university had no duty to protect her. As a result, she sustained permanent brain injuries and is still paralyzed to this day. In 2006, a 21-year-old student broke both of his legs and ankles after falling from a 50-foot drop from his fraternity window. In 2009, within weeks of each other, 2 students were seriously injured after falling from a third-story window. One female student named Amanda and one male student named Shane. They were both listed in serious condition and was airlifted to the hospital. Former dean of students Bruce Pittman allegedly said, "I have been at the university quite a while. It's rare to have one of those once every 2 or 3 years. However, this seems like a common occurrence. Shane died 6 years later, but I wasn't able to find the cause of death. Amanda sued the University of Idaho, but the judge tossed the lawsuit. This incident happened again in 2011 at another Idaho fraternity and in 2012. In 2012, a University of Idaho student named Katie was brutally murdered by her professor. Katie was allegedly involved in a romantic relationship with her professor, and her roommates claimed he had put a gun in her mouth while they were dating. After their breakup, Katie emailed the university's Office of Human Rights saying she wanted to come forward but was scared for her safety. Shortly after, she was gunned down on her front porch after stepping outside for a cigarette by the same professor. 1 day later, the professor was found dead in a hotel room with a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Is even nominated for the university's annual Excellence in Teaching Award in 2009. Now, the first blemish to his record came in late 2010 when an anonymous caller claimed Bustamante was having sex with students. The complaint even alleged a record show Bustamante denied the allegation, and the student involved refused to come forward. 7 months later, in June of this year, Katie Benoit filed a formal complaint. It said they had a sexual relationship. Benoit wrote Bustamante was unpredictable, made threats, and held a loaded gun to her head 3 times. Documents say she claimed Bustamante had 5 personalities, each with its own name, like Ernie, the Beast, and the Baby. She said he had at least 5 guns and was armed at all times, including while on campus. A university timeline shows the university prompted Benoit multiple times this summer to go to police and be careful. When administrators met with Bustamante in July, a letter told him not to wear a coat to the meeting because of concerns he could be armed. Documents say Bustamante claimed Benoit was bipolar, a drug dealer who once stole his prescription drugs. He admitted he had sex with Benoit and other students. And on July 19th, he resigned. His contract officially ended a month later. Now, 3 days after that, Bustamante tracked down Benoit at her apartment and shot her multiple times. He committed suicide in a Moscow hotel.
He also referred to himself as a psychopathic killer. How did he manage to be employed at the university? Another professor was fired after she admitted to using meth and having access to firearms. Are they doing background checks on who they hire?
Regarding a faculty member, Denise Bennett, and it was deemed prudent to place Ms. Bennett on administrative leave. That was done on Thursday. Since then, more information has become available to the university, and as such, as this developed, we decided that it was prudent to let the university community know more information, to help them in their decision making of how they go about their day, to let them know that there was a potential risk. No direct threat has been made. There was due to be a student sit-in today in support of Ms. Bennett, and that weighed into our decision as well, knowing there was going to be a gathering of students.
The university built the bench in front of the institution in remembrance of
Wow.
Katie and to shed light on domestic violence. In 2013, the University
I bet they got donations for that too.
of Idaho student named Joseph attended a fraternity party with his roommate. Around 4 a.m., he approached the resident's home while wandering the street and allegedly made them feel threatened, causing them not to open up their doors. Reports stated that he later fell into a shallow creek bed and froze to death. That same morning, another student was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the same university. Later that same year, a University of Idaho student was sentenced to 15 years in prison for raping another student in the bushes behind the fraternity house as a party continued inside.
Oh yeah,
This
there's
is the
assaults
case of
after
Jesse
assaults
Viestra.
after
The
assaults.
city of Moscow previously charged Viestra with 4 counts of misdemeanor battery stemming from a separate alleged incident with 2 women. The city later dropped the charges and Viestra pled guilty to a single count of disturbing the peace. But in October of 2012, prosecutors say he raped a woman in Moscow. In 2013, he was convicted and sentenced, but he filed for post-conviction relief, claiming ineffective assistance from his defense attorney. Lata County District Court Judge Jay Gaskill agreed to the settlement and threw out the original conviction and sentence, allowing Viestra to walk free. He ended up going from a 15-year sentence to getting an alpha plea and probation.
Said in court today.
I wish I would have been a better man. I wish I would have had more respect for her back then.
But in October of 2012, prosecutors say he in Moscow. In 2013, he was convicted and sentenced, but he filed for post-conviction relief, claiming ineffective assistance from his defense attorney. Today, Latah County District Court Judge Jay Gaskill agreed to the settlement, suspended the original conviction and sentence. But according to the petition, Viestra had to be resentenced.
You will be placed on probation to the Idaho Department of Correction for a period of 10 years.
In addition to being out on probation, Viestra also entered an Alford plea to felony assault with the intent to commit a serious felony. An Alford plea means he maintains his innocence, but acknowledges the prosecution has enough evidence for a conviction.
Phi Gamma Delta was believed to be in violation of the University at Idaho hazing policies in 2015. At Idaho, Greek organizations accused of violating university rules have the choice of having their case heard by the Greek Community Standards Board or simply having the Dean of Students decide the sanctions. Phi Gamma Delta originally agreed to the latter, but the fraternity later changed its mind and asked instead for the case to be heard by the Greek Community Standards Board, which is a panel that is comprised nearly entirely of Greek students and alumni. One university official described the Greek organizations as holding tremendous power, and they have experienced a number of tragedies, controversies, and lawsuits in recent years. Fast forward to today, we are experiencing similar events.
And the president is the president he's the president who has the power. Exactly.
From my law enforcement experience, I believe this was a targeted attack.
Good videos.
Because this is an area surrounded by drugs, fraternities, and sororities. There's a motive here, and I believe it may have to do with one or all of the 3. Whoever was attacked first would tell us a lot about the motive. There's a lot of mystery behind where Ethan and Xana were after the frat party at 9 p.m. There's still a 5-hour gap that's unaccounted for. The Sigma Chi fraternity house is just minutes away from the murder home on a busy student street. How was it determined that Kernodle and Chapin arrived home at 1:45 a.m.? You would think that the 5-hour time gap between the time that they left after the frat party at 9 p.m. There's still a 5-hour gap that's unaccounted for. The Sigma Chi fraternity house is just minutes away from the murder home on a busy student street. How was it determined that Kernodle and Chapin arrived home at 1:45 a.m.? You would think that the 5-hour time gap between the time that they left the party and arrived would be accounted for by now. Xana's mom claimed they probably went to a bar, but also said she's unsure. I'm sure a camera or a receipt would have picked it up by now. It's frightening that the Sigma Chi fraternity is really quiet regarding this matter. When asked about the case, the Sigma president said this.
House, Dana was a good friend before Ethan even came up. But that's all I really want to talk about right now because I actually have class here in like 15 minutes.
Sigma Chi President Reed Offset
Yeah, they don't want to say shit.
says the fraternity is cooperating with the investigation. The fraternity is about half a block from the house where the murders happened.
Does anyone know where they were during that timeline? Like, there's still this big chunk where...
As of right now, we've told Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, and the FBI all we know. We're kind of leaving it up to them to piece it together. Obviously, we don't have the utilities or resources to do it on our own, so we're just putting full faith in officers and the detectives doing it. But that's all I really know right now.
Are there any cameras around?
Not on the
No security cameras at the frat house? Let's entertain that idea. If there's no cameras, then how was it even confirmed that they were at the Sigma house party in the first place? Also, most fraternity houses have cameras, especially when they are on campus property.
Information from Sigma Chi members.
It has really from all the fraternities and sororities. We've talked to a couple sort of people, students, off the record, basically, not off the record, but they didn't want to go on camera because they said, they were told not to speak, not to talk to the media. They sort of got some of these fraternity and sororities on lockdown. It's interesting. Sigma Chi, which is right over there, we showed you last night. I can see it from here. There's something going on over there tonight. A lot of noise coming from the fraternity house tonight.
Quick question, Nicole on Twitter. I only got 10 seconds. Does the Sigma Chi house have cameras on the outside or even the inside to see who's coming and going?
We didn't see any on the outside. I mean, they could have been up under the rafters or somewhere that we didn't spot them, but we went by a couple times and didn't see any outside. It's possible that they could have them inside.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I know of a lot of fraternity houses, sorority houses who got lots of cameras inside just to make sure that they have, for litigation purposes. Brian, stick.
Do you guys think that he's telling the truth? How do we even know the murders occurred at the time that they occurred? Is it possible the murders occurred earlier? Also, if the 4 victims were out, who was in the home besides the 2 surviving roommates? Allegedly, Dylan was pictured in this photo in which her boyfriend Quinn confirmed was her in the pink mask, but not him in the black mask. First, he confirmed that it was a girl under the black mask. Then, upon allegedly asking Dylan, he said it's one of her old friends. Does black mask look like it could be a girl or a boy? The person hasn't been revealed yet. Now, if you check Ethan's Venmo account, he allegedly sent a payment to a guy named Jack. And on Jack's page, a girl named Molly allegedly paid Jack's sister Liz with the caption 3:30 a.m. This payment was sent hours before the murder. Who was the payment made to? Alpha Phi's Vice President in Marketing, Liz Kapovic. The VP in Marketing role is to plan recruitment and implement marketing tactics on campus. So there was possibly a payment surrounding that aspect of it. But why would the caption read 3:30 a.m.? Now, the Pan-Hellenic Death Crisis Plan states, in the event of a death, do not announce the death until you have coordinated a plan of action with your chapter advisor and the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life. Not even the parents should know. That's odd. The parents aren't supposed to be the first to know. According to sources, the 2 surviving roommates called Ethan's 2 siblings over before calling 911. They are both part of Greek organizations at the University of Idaho as well. Also, Ethan's mom posted on Facebook how excited she was for Ethan's siblings to go back to the university. However, the case isn't over yet. We don't know exactly who was a part of this crime. I hope the 2 siblings are safe at the university. Now, we know that Kohlberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, formerly represented Xana's mom. However, she also represented Maddie's dad and her stepmom. They were both arrested for illegal possession of controlled substances, with Maddie's dad having a charge with the intent to deliver or distribute. The stepmom is allegedly in custody. It seems like they are allegedly not on good terms based on this Facebook comment. A person claiming to be Maddie's stepmom says she doesn't want anything to do with her dad. This was posted around the time of the arrest. Now, Xana's mom was also recently arrested again for trespassing. She was also previously arrested for drugs. Now, there was a 6th roommate listed on the lease of the murder home on King Road. Police stated that the 6th roommate was not present at the time of the murders. People are speculating as to who it can possibly be. According to Grizzly True Crime, she allegedly saw the 6th roommate on TikTok and claimed that the kitchen windows was the only thing that couldn't lock in the home.
I would say
And that could have been roommate number 6. I'm not sure. Maybe we don't know why she left. Maybe she didn't like it there. But anyway, the point is, this person on TikTok had shared that the window in the kitchen, that one there above the stove, I think is that one, cannot be locked. It's always open, doesn't lock. So he could have
What's
either
up,
come
D.
through the
Smith?
window,
Thank you. What's up,
or
Sally?
he could have come through the sliding door. The sliding door makes more sense, right?
Many people also
Yeah, shout
speculated
out,
that it could have been a former roommate named Hannah Claire, who was allegedly roommates with one of the victims. Many people say that she was being bullied and was forced to move out. On February of 2022, after moving out, she passed away. When the Idaho murders occurred, there was a comment from an Instagram account go by the name of Corgi, which stated that allegedly Maddie was a bully and allegedly, quote unquote, deserved it after what you did to that poor girl. There's no evidence that this occurred other than what's being said on social media. However, we have heard about many sororities being very mean to other girls.
See, it's literally the best. Oh, sorry, we didn't get one for you. Oh, it's okay. I bought one. I know it's not as nice as yours. It was my mom's, and I can tell. Anyways.
Now, being that there was a killer on the loose and people didn't know exactly who it could have been, there was panic amongst the town where people were afraid to be out late at night and even fleeing the campus.
Tell me that they are living in fear because police are still searching for the killer.
Every night it gets like really dark here early, and yeah, even like walking from
No photo of the car.
like I'm like looking around.
It's just rough. I mean, like, you know, I pick up my wife and drop her off every day now just because I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? We have no idea if it's a serial killer. We have no idea if it's just somebody, you know, somebody who.
They had no idea about nothing, and you couldn't even give them a damn photo to give them some kind of comfort, something. No, not even a photo.
Had like a grudge or something, you know.
Not even a photo.
Now, the town makes its money from the University of Idaho students and accounts for about 27% of total county employment. Would that make law enforcement grab someone up prematurely? This case is...
Yeah, especially when the university also contributes to the funding of the PD. They don't just control the community, they control the frickin' PD too. Influence. Not that they literally influence. ISP comes and gives Scott Green a frickin' photo of them parking in front of the administrative building on a snowy night. And he's all gung-ho about it. My ass, bro. As soon as you're walking in the office, you're tossing that thing in the frickin' garbage, or you're going to see it at a garage sale in 2 years because you're just tired of having it sit in the back corner of your closet. Oh boy.
This is going to get really interesting because there's so many holes in this case, and there's a possibility there are more people out there. What do you got?
So many holes. That's as soon as we read the PCA, as soon as I read the PCA, I'm telling you what the holes were. Just as a juror thinking about it, like, because you have to look at reasonable doubt. Where's reasonable doubt? Well, here's where I see reasonable doubt. Or they say that your phone utilized the tower of 1122 on November 14th, but they don't think that you were in the area when it did that. So they're going to discount that one, but they're not going to discount. How's that? I don't know. All right, we're going to watch this harsh video here real quick. Shout out Casper West. Dropping some knowledge. We're going to watch this harsh video here real quick. Then I'm going to go ahead and end the show. We're going to get into shout out Forensic Frenzy. I was kind of looking at the channel in the background as we were watching some of this other stuff, and there's some other videos I'd like to check out of hers. So shout out to her. We'll promote her here in a minute. We're going to watch Harsh Reality here, this video about Dylan. And then I'm going to do a little bit of promotion here real quick. Then we're going to end the show. I'll be back with a game night later. And then we're going to be hanging out at Truth and Transparency tonight for her live. So I'm thinking about doing like a game night around 6:30 Eastern to like 6:30 Eastern to 8:30, somewhere around there. But I'll definitely have a notification out after the show's over. So here's this video from Harsh about the Dylan stuff that we were going through.
What day is it? It's Sunday. It is Sunday.
It's Friday.
I've literally not long had Sunday dinner, as it's like
I'm
20
hungry.
past 4.
I haven't had
Anyway, I
breakfast.
hope you're all well. You're looking amazing, by the way. And look, I have to give a shout out to JB Gunner,
Riot.
actually, because it was him.
Thought Riot podcast. Check out Thought Riot. Let me write that down real quick. Hold on. Thought Riot. I think it sounds familiar.
Who sort of pointed me in the direction of this article. I hadn't seen it. But look, what I will say is I don't like having to do this because I feel that certain people, even though the reasoning behind us questioning some of the things that certain people have done or not done, are warranted, it gets to the point where you think to yourself, look, I don't want to make this just about bashing this specific person. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Dylan Mortensen, because she has took a lot of flack. We've questioned certain things. We have wondered why on earth she wouldn't have called for help sooner. If indeed the things that we've heard have been true, such as that her and Bethany Funk had been texting each other while these crimes were happening, because if that's the case, then that's a massive, massive red flag. But people have sort of rightfully turned around and said, well, but we don't know if that's accurate. But the same people will happily go through the same article that stated that, and they will pick and choose the bits that suit their narrative better, and they'll accept those bits. So again, it's about either have it all or don't have any of it. And if you're going to have it all, then it states within the Howard Bloom article that this indeed is something that happened. And are there clues as to whether there is some...
Oh, we'll be doing the game night on this channel tonight, Detective. We'll be doing it on the Evil CJ show tonight.
Truth behind that. And,
the game night tonight.
We've questioned the lack of... I don't know. Like I've said in the past, what I've said is that the younger generation, there doesn't really seem to be a lot of empathy. It is a lot about self-preservation. We see it in our own children. Our children are raised well, but especially the girls, there don't seem to be a lot of love between them and a lot of understanding. It's very much a dog-eat-dog world between them. And,
shout out to Harsh.
And in the Idaho4 case, some people have said, perhaps Dylan just didn't care. It was about protecting herself, and she didn't really care what happened to the rest. Let's go and beyond. When you start trying to understand what someone's thinking, there's just no point. You have to look at the facts, and the facts were these crimes happened, and there was a delay in calling 911. But what is interesting is that Dylan Mortensen's family had come out not that long ago and expressed the fact that she was suffering from survivor's guilt, and everybody started to feel sorry for Dylan again, and they were talking about the fact that, do you know what, can you imagine being in her position? I still do think to myself, do you know what, I wouldn't want to be in that position. I can't imagine it. I can't. But equally, I can't forget that this crime happened, and there was an 8-hour delay between when that happened and when law enforcement was called. And in fact, law enforcement wasn't even called then. Their friends were called over first. Friends were called over first.
Yep, that's why there was a delay.
Always stuck out in my mind. But what is happening now is we are seeing that Dylan Mortensen doesn't perhaps seem to be suffering from survivor's guilt as much as she or we have been led to believe that she is. And look, what I will say before we go through this is she is entitled to a life. You know, just because what happened, it doesn't mean that her life should cease. Because I know what people are going to say. They're going to turn around and say, look, she is a young girl. She herself is full of life, and it would be even more of a tragedy if if the ripples of what happened indeed carried on and it destroyed even more lives. I wouldn't want to see that. I wouldn't want to see that. And this, what we're going to talk about, isn't about that. It isn't about thinking, oh, she's not suffering enough to make me happy. It isn't about that. But we have been led to believe that we should not question Dylan. We shouldn't say anything. And, you know, and in effect, what has happened recently is that her family have come out and tried to guilt trip everybody, to really say that she is suffering, she's seeking help from the spiritual community, and she's sitting at home
According to
basically
her
on her own with no
ex-stepmom.
friends, and the only real, you know, community that she has now is a gaming community where she games online, which seems to be utter bullshit. So we get into it. So here we go. So Idaho murder victim's roommate Dylan Mortensen is seen in costume, dancing and partying with friends just weeks after her family revealed she suffers from survivor's guilt over her brush with accused killer Brian Koberger. Now, we did say, look, they had tattoos like days after. Tattoos. They went to a tattoo shop and they had tattoos done. So I always did wonder just how much they really were struggling with things. But they're out. She's partying. She's dressing up. And she's looking not like someone who is perhaps locked in her bedroom suffering from survivor's guilt. One of two Idaho students who survived the massacre at their shared house and emerging from her self-imposed isolation, her photos show, a year after the attack. Dylan Mortensen, 21, has been racked with survivor's guilt, according to her stepmother, and turned into a recluse, staying at home and playing video games, according to her father. Patricia Monroe, Mortensen's stepmother, said earlier this month that she had dropped out of University of Idaho and switched schools, so it was not clear whether she was back to visit or if she is still in the same college. Got some pictures here. She's been celebrating with her friends after turning into a recluse due to survivor's guilt from the Idaho murders. Happy big something. Got some pictures here. Mortensen, far left, is seen at a sorority initiation known as the Big Little Reveal with her University of Idaho friends Jesse Patnode, Center, and McKenna Jackson in an Instagram photo posted
The Big Little
September
Sister.
15th. There we go, look. Happy Big Little. Got some more pictures. Mortensen and Jackson are seen at the September 15th gathering. So it says Mortensen has found her life turned upside down since the murder of her 4 roommates in November 2022. Madison Mogan, 21, Kelly Gonzalez, 21, Xana Canodal, 20, and a boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, 20, 4 stabbed to death in their beds in the early hours of Sunday morning. Mortensen said she saw a man leaving the house in Moscow, Idaho in the early hours, but did not realize until hours later that 4 of her roommates had been murdered. Brian
Right,
Koberger, a 28-year-old criminology student, has been charged with 4 counts of murder and pleaded not guilty. He remains in jail with no trial date set. Mortensen left Moscow earlier this year, said Monroe, Mortensen's stepmother. Monroe was married to Mortensen's father, Brent, and helped raise Dylan from the age of 7 until almost her graduation for high school. She told the New York Post she remained close to the family and Mortensen was okay. Monroe, 53, said there is a lot of guilt because, you know, if someone says, oh, well, Dylan was so lucky, you know, you don't want to take on that luck because of all the children deserve luck. They all deserve to be spared from that. We've got some more photographs there. Oh, God. Does she look on crack? So there we have it. Mortensen told police she stood in a frozen shock phase as a figure clad in black clothing and a mask walked towards her and then towards the back sliding glass door and left the house. She then locked herself in a room and did not emerge until the next morning. Didn't need a piss or anything. Mortensen and Bethany Funk, the other roommate who survived the attacks, did not call police until noon the next day, which has given rise to online trolls. Online trolls. You're a troll because you question why there was 8 hours. Get fucked. Attacking Mortensen and Funk and claiming they were involved in the murders. It's not about just claiming they're involved in the murders. It's about trying to understand how it takes that long to call 911 and when you're calling friends over first. And we've picked over the bones of it. You know it. You never really think about online backlash and trolls until you deal with it, and it's just a really hurtful thing, Monroe said. I challenge anyone to be in the position where they wake up to thought of their roommates gone and, not even realizing it. People have to understand these children are very young. Not 5, though, are they? Because even a 5-year-old calls 911. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They're just young kids, and it's really traumatizing thing. They're young adults. I just think that people need to have compassion. What they seemingly completely and utterly lacked. And we've got some more pictures of the girls. There needs to be space and time for all the details to come out in trial, which I do agree with. There does. And hopefully that specific part of this will get addressed. But there you go. It's basically just showing us what we learned before. What we're told, but there you go. She's out partying. And I know this is going to be a bit of a room splitter. There's going to be people who turn around and say it's a good thing. She's out and about, and and look, part of me understands that. And like I said at the beginning of this video, I don't want to think of anybody
What's up,
further
America Princess?
suffering because of it. But there's still elements of this case that do stink, and that 8 hours is a massive bone of contention for many people, including myself. Doesn't make sense why it would take that long to call 911, and it doesn't make any sense that not only that, but friends were called over first, decimating the crime scene.
Now it does make sense because they had somebody didn't wake up. Somebody couldn't get woke up. Man, this is just what makes sense. Again, I want to shout out Forensic Frenzy again. If you missed it, check out the beginning of the show today. In the beginning, we went over a video that she did. That's the Twitter. Here is the face or the YouTube. Definitely go follow and sub. Great stuff, and we'll be getting into some of these other these secret messages videos here. We'll check those out on the next episode. Definitely go sub if you're not. Good stuff. Thank you again, Forensic Frenzy, for checking out the show as well. Who was the unconscious person? One of the local TV stations that very day, the next day, stated that the only thing that they could get confirmed, one of the things that they could get confirmed was that the unconscious person was called for one of the victims. Oh, thank you so much, Lynn, for the super sticker, the little prickly pear flying with the cape like Superman. Super Sleuther, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Lynn. I am the only income that is in this household, so it definitely is 100% appreciated. But we're going to get into these videos on the next one, these secret messages. I'd love to have around sometimes. So if you're still listening, anytime, let me know. Even if you want some help trying to get on panel or whatever, we can help you out. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Like I said, I'm going to set up a notification for games. We'll be back on this channel tonight for a couple hours. And then we're going to go hang out at Truth and Transparency for her live tonight. And then I'll be back tomorrow morning, tomorrow night. We're going to be going into more stuff. So thank you all. Appreciate you hanging out. We got a Stephen Smith episode coming up here soon, too. Not too much with the CBS special they had last night, but we're still going to discuss it. And I'm going to be making another swing through down there in the low country to get some more footage and to hang around down there. So, oh, Cape Kitty, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Peppermint Tea, D. Marie, definitely go check out the Sigma Chi stuff. Oh, thank you, Nicola Moody, for the $2 super sticker. What is it? Hey, you. Thank you so much. Tabby Cat, gifted membership. Thank you so much. Yes, we're going to be doing game night. Finally, we're going to be doing some game stuff, and then we're going to be hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Definitely going to some of that stuff. Would love to have you on sometime. Forensic Frenzy. Anna, thank you so much. The 249. Thank you so much, all the way over there from across the ocean. We're going to have to do a game time where it's during the day. That way we can have the people from across the pond hop in as well. Because I know when it gets that late, it is really late for everybody across the ocean. So let's figure out a time where we can do like a morning game show. You know what? Maybe I'll do that one of the weekdays. It'll just be like a morning game. We might have to, maybe Wednesday mornings can be the game shows. So that way people across the pond can play. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Wednesday morning. Let me mark that down in the calendar. I'm going to make sure, even if it doesn't become a thing, let's do Wednesday morning this week. Game show for everybody on the other side over there. Yeah. So I'll be back here in a little bit. I'll put out a notification. We'll be at this channel, not the lounge. And then we'll be back true crime tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your support, your conversation, your company, and just hanging out and your just brain stewing. The things that we can do collectively. Because none of us are at the water cooler. I know we wish we could, but we can try and make sense out of this shit. I don't know. I'm thinking that's why there was that delay. Let me know what you think. I'm going to put out a highlight of that too. It just makes sense. So, all right, everybody. See you later. And if I don't see you on game night, see you at TNT tonight. And if I don't see you at TNT tonight, I'll see you tomorrow. Later, everybody. Thank you.